Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we are going to continue our book study on A Practical Guide to Qabalistic Symbolism by Gareth Knight. We're covering the chapter about death, the path of death, picking right up where we left off. Ladies and gentlemen. So, if you're ready for this, go ahead and hit that like button. Hit the like button. Hope you've got your notes ready to be taken. Highlighter, unicorn pen, and all that. All that. All right, so let me know if the audio is well and good, and we shall begin. We shall proceed to give you what you need. As we proceed to give you what you need. Gotta light some incense for all the monitoring spirits out there. Just want you to know that Jesus loves you too. Jesus loves you too. There we go. And if you haven't already, make sure you go outside and give your nature spirits an offering. Give those fairies a cookie. Give those fairies a cookie or some of your rotten fruit that you're supposed to eat but you didn't. They'll take that too. After all, they're part of your home security. So you want to make sure that you give them a little bit of something to let them know you still acknowledge them. That you still acknowledge the forces of nature that surround your environment. You know how this thing goes, right? You know how this thing goes. I don't have to tell you. You probably had an impulse or an inkling about these fairy spirits or these nature spirits. You probably already did that today. And if that's the case, I'm so proud of you for paying attention to your intuition. And if you didn't do it, better next time. So let's get into it. Death, the 24th path. Netzach to Tifereth. From Venus to the sun. By the way, peace and greetings to all my favorite people in the universe. Thank you for being here. The key, the fish. Spiritual significance, Scorpio, the scorpion. Anybody been seeing scorpions all week? I have. Theory, child of the great transformers, lord of the gates of death. Lord of the gates of death. That sounds spooky. What are we talking about? Colors, green, blue, dull brown, very dark brown, livid indigo brown. What does livid indigo brown look like? As you know, we list these 4 different colors because they go with the 4 different scales. In other words, 4 different octaves of life. The highest octave being Atziluth, the next octave being Bria, the next being Yetzirah, and then of course the lowest being Asaya, where your physical body is located. And just a quick note on that, because I like giving quick notes. With every octave of life, you're going to find that the relationship of consciousness to matter is hitting at a different angle. What do I mean by that? You got your physical body here, and the physical body is running its own program. It's running its own program, and in many ways, it is receptive. It is feminine. The physical plane of Asaya, that lower plane, it's feminine because it's receptive. Even Dion Fortune told you this, and Ophiel told you this. When it comes to these planes, the plane that is above is masculine to the plane below, which is feminine. What does that mean? Does that mean the astral plane has a penis? No. What it means is that the higher planes push down and influence, gives commands, gives directions to the lower plane. And the lower plane develops, nurtures, expands, and manifests that influence. So the lowest plane, the physical plane, is a plane of pure manifestation. You don't start anything down here. If you want change, you don't start change physically. You start change in the realm above, which influences this physical plane. So, in other words, the lower plane of Asaya, pure physical, all it does is receive and develop and manifest. What you'll find is that when you start working on the next plane up, you start having more control over your life. So, you start using your mind and your imagination. You start visualizing, you start guiding your physical body and your physical environment through the realm of the imagination. Now, guess what? As you grow, as you practice, as you strengthen yourself in your spiritual path, you're going to find something real crazy, right? Most people don't even get to this level. But what you're going to find is when you hit the ceiling of that next plane and you cross that barrier, things start getting real weird because you spend all this time perfecting how to dominate the physical plane with your imagination. You now find that this imagination realm, this visualization realm, this what you call the astral plane, but it's not, this realm of your mind, you'll find is submissive to a plane that is above it, right? So now, after you spend all that time learning how to master your subconscious mind and visualize real good, you enter a new plane that's even higher, and you realize that all that you were just doing has to take a back seat to an even higher intelligence, to an even higher set of patterns that govern the frame. You follow? Right? Now we're entering the world of the archangels. And what you'll find is that there's actually principles in place that do not change. And it's these principles that kind of form the matrix of reality. So everything that you can ever experience is operating within angles. And it's up to you to find these different angles, right? To learn to pretty much, you're blind, right? And you're feeling around the walls to learn the perimeter of your space. That's what you're doing. When you're working with this plane of the archangels, this is why the Kabbalah gives you these names of the archangels: Mikael, Gabriel, Zadkiel, Zafkiel, Camiel, right? Metatron, Sandalphon, all those. You're learning the angles of the matrix that you're inside of. And don't be like, oh, I'm in prison, I'm trapped. No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to understand the limits so you can work within the limits. It's just like when you play a game. You jump in a game, you suck, you die a bunch. But when you learn the rules of the game, you learn the meta, right? You learn what's working and what doesn't work. Now you can get good at it. Now you can master it because your force is contained and given direction. And if you manage to ascend past that plane, then you reach this realm of absolute, and you realize that God ain't doing nothing but chilling, kick back, feet up, sunglasses on, right? Getting fed grapes, like some little fine shit, or whatever y'all young folks are saying. All right, good talk. Let's get back to it. I know that isn't pretty useful to most people, but somebody is learning that lesson firsthand. Somebody's learning that lesson firsthand. So, in other words, what I'm saying is, you've been doing really great, and you're starting to see, oh shit, the same stuff that I used to do isn't working as well. Well, this is why you're probably breaching into a new plane and you're having to pivot, right? Don't just stop and give up. Oh, it's over. No, pivot. Learn that there's new rules, new levels, new devils, as Bobby Hemmett said. New levels, new devils. When you reach these different planes, you learn a certain set of rules. Things operate differently. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. It's officially Cancer season. Eleshi Eternal Peace. It is officially Cancer season. Assange Decote. Peace, peace. It's been a while. Good to see your name. Good to see your name. Once again, peace to everybody, right? Peace to everybody. Fat Tony, peace and greetings. Wraith 636. Hope you got that coffee ready. Can't forget. Rose of Flame. Rose of Flame. Peace, peace. We in there like swimwear. New levels, new devils. Quay Norg. Peace, welcome. We are definitely studying the Kabbalah. Studying and hopefully practicing too. New levels, new devils. All right, so the 24th path. Once again, this is from Netzach to Tifereth. Talked about those paths, a little bit of experience to help you along your way. Text. The 24th path is the imaginative intelligence, and it is so called because it gives a likeness to all the similitudes which are created in like manner, similar to its harmonious elegancies. I have no idea what that means. Let's run it back. The 24th path is the imaginative intelligence, the imaginative intelligence. And it is so called because it gives a likeness to all the similitudes which are created in like manner, similar to its harmonious elegancies. Okay, all right. Sounds like a replication machine, a pattern replication machine, which is a term that I use for Prakriti, the matrix. Coop TGS. Peace, peace. Viking Woman 1988 says, "Are you going to do another video with Alfredo on dark sorcery in the future? Would you like to see that? Leave a message, leave a comment on his profile. Tell him you want to see Travis again." I think we were in talks of a second interview. I haven't really talked to him in a little bit though. Not for any real reason, just life and social media. But leave him a comment. Maybe he'll be open to that as well. All right, so let's crack into this. 1. The tarot trump of this path is death, and one of the esoteric titles of this card is Lord of the Gates of Death. Lord of the Gates of Death. Here you see a pope begging and pleading, right? You see the girl from the Strength card. I bet you didn't know that, right? She was strong all the way up to the end. Got to give it to her. You see the little girl from the Six of Cups card. Remember her receiving the cup from her friend or brother or whatever. I believe this is the Emperor. But anyway, he's laid down. Had to get laid down. There's his crown, right? You see the ship in the back from the Six of Swords, I want to say. Remember the Six of Swords where the dude was rowing the boat with the two folks in front of him? Look at the sun back there rising between those two pillars. Where are those pillars from? Does anybody know their tarot? What card is this right here from? See, I bet you didn't know that all these different cards were in this one. There's my white rose, right? Y'all think I'm making this shit up. Y'all think I'm making this shit up. And what's it telling you? Why are you seeing these specific cards? Like, why strength? What is so special about strength that it has to show that even she got to get laid down? What's so special about that Six of Cups? Remember, the Six of Cups is connected to Tifereth, ain't it? What's so special about the Hierophant? The system setter, the framework creator. What's so special about the moon? And look at how the moon card is way in the back, off in the distance, with the sun rising, right? Showing you that this ain't the end. This ain't the end. It's the beginning. the new level, transformation, kind of like what I was talking about before. Take a good look at this. Black armor. In fact, you might be able to relate this to one of the night cards. You might be able to relate. Take a look at them night cards and see if you see them in a similar position as this fellow. See, it's a system. Everything's connected. Death. Death. Right? Everything is connected. Alessia Eternal says, I was wondering the difference between Prakriti and the demiurge. I probably will come across the answer myself. Yeah, go ahead and look into that. You will get a different answer than what I'm about to say. I like to see that the demiurge is the aspect of Prakriti that has been given orders. The aspect of Prakriti that your individual self has given commands to, right? Prakriti is a pattern replicating machine. That's what she does, is replicate patterns. Now, once she's been given patterns to replicate, you can say that that's the demiurge. So take what I just said and imagine all these people so scared and who villainize the demiurge as this evil thing. It's because they made it that. That's why I say there are no enemies. You control this reality. And if you're currently experiencing the unfair treatment of the demiurge, all that means is you need to go in and reprogram, flush that old code out, and start installing that new stuff. This is what magic is all about. Benjamin37 says your workshop was the next level I had to jump towards. Uh-oh. I'm not the same anymore, not in the slightest. Man, that is awesome, awesome to hear. Hell, even after that guided meditation I did, I accidentally hypnotized myself. I started acting different the next day. That shit was powerful. We might have to run that back for sure. Unless Eternal says the yellow is standing out to me. Yeah, a lot of yellow. Rosa Flame says start meditating on Demiurge, entire cups suit, and the flood myth. Hmm. Dan Pomeroy says I didn't realize Leo was on the death card. I got really adept astrology who told me Leo is known to be exalted in Pluto. So take that into consideration, right? Take that. I didn't even mention that. Yeah. So the strength card is Leo, of course, and death is Scorpio, which is ruled by Pluto. So yeah. We got all kinds of connections here, right? All kinds of connections here. Six of Cups, Six of Swords, Leo, Jupiter. I want to say Aries. If this is the Emperor, I want to say Aries. Don't quote me on that, but I think so. Then, of course, the Moon. So, yeah, how do those symbols connect? How do those symbols connect? So, you got to look at these cards, man. They're not just pretty pictures. I don't know how people read tarot who don't study Kabbalah. I don't even know how they do that. It must be some real magic stuff going on. Lasange Decode says Aries is the Emperor. Yes. Yes. And like I said, I'm not sure if that's the Emperor. I think his coat looks different. She said the Hierophant is Taurus. Okay, you're right. Excuse me. You're absolutely right. The Hierophant is Taurus. So hell, we got three of the fixed signs here. Three of the fixed signs. Scorpio, Leo, and Taurus. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you, Lasange. Starline says, would you say it can't get any more advanced than Kabbalah? I wouldn't want to say that, right? Because I wouldn't want to put a limit. I love the fact that there's more to learn always. I think Kabbalah is a great method, but one thing that I've seen as a pattern in my experience is once you get to the top of something, like once you really understand and master something, you'll find that you have to put it aside and there's a new game to play. So I'm sure that there's something even after this. And I think in those levels, the numbers of people who understand get very, very small. So there probably ain't too many people to learn from past Kabbalah. After Kabbalah, you probably have to really be tapped in with your higher self and start getting direct transmission. And I would say that because that's what Kabbalah is. Kabbalah is receiving from mouth to ear, right? It's received. That's what Kabbalah means. It's a cup and you're receiving. That's what the tree is. So what I think is once you learn the actual system itself, you live the system. And as you're living the system, the only place really that you can start getting information from is reality itself. You no longer have to have it channeled through a human being. And that's the point, right? You're supposed to be integrating this information into your subconscious to the point that you are tapped in without a doubt. Not maybe I'm tapped in, but like you know the voice of your higher self. That's a big part of what I've been trying to teach lately. You have to know the voice of your higher self. That is your true guru. That's your real teacher. See, before that, your higher self speaks through somebody else who's tapped in. And if you're paying attention, you start to get tapped in. And now both of y'all are working on the same team, transforming the world, right? The higher self gets a new uh, avatar to use in this reality. Just like in the future, you'll have man who desires to become machine and machine who desires to become man. And there's going to be a new race of people that meet in the middle. Well, that's as above, so below. Human beings, occultists, are reaching up to become God, and God is reaching down to become man. So now there's this new race called the Magus, who represents that in between, right? Again, we're talking about that cosmic androgyny, right? That metaphysical androgyny has nothing to do with the clothes you wear or how you present yourself in front of other people. We're talking about operating above and beyond the polarity, operating above and beyond man and God, right? As a special third thing. That's that true alchemical metaphysical androgyne. Back to it. Child of the great Transformers. All right, number one, the tarot trump of this path is death. And one of the esoteric titles of this card is Lord of the Gates of Death. It may be noted that there is no reference to birth throughout the symbolism of the trumps. And this is because birth is death, and death is birth. I need you to lock that in. Did you realize that there is no birth card in this tarot deck or in the tree? You got a distinctive, definite death, but anything as far as birth, you got to kind of stretch and make reach for. You could stretch and say maybe judgment, maybe the world, but that would be your interpretation, right? Death's called death. You see it plain as day. And what's happening here is that a Kabbalist understands that death is birth and birth is death. Why? Because in order to be manifested into the material plane, you have to die, right? Your spiritual self has to die and become flesh. That's what Tifereth is. That's what the sacrifice, the crucifixion really is. The crucifixion goes both ways, down the tree and up the tree. The crucifixion down the tree is the soul sacrificing its omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience to become flesh, to become matter. And going back up the tree is the body reversing that process and becoming omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Those are the three great powers. EA Coetting didn't make that up. That was first mentioned by, or that I've seen, by Franz Barton. Franz Barton teaches you how to do this in Initiation into Hermetics. So if you ever got past chapter 2, you'll find at the end he talks about this. This is why those are the great magical powers. Omniscience, to know everything, omnipresence, to be everywhere, and omnipotence, to be all powerful. No, you're not going to be like a Galactus, Doctor Doom, Thanos. No, it's not like that. You become the god of your reality. And by the time you reach that point, you shouldn't really have any desire to be showing off or affecting other people in a grand way. That's a telltale sign you ain't been doing the inner work. Because you realize that the simulation is perfect the way it is. Doesn't need you to do anything to it. Nobody hurt you and nobody helped you. There's no one to bless and no one to curse, right? That's why you never really see me talk about no hex magic on this channel. Because that's a sign of get ready. Get them feelings ready. Get them feelings ready. I don't talk about no hex and no curse magic. That's a sign of unhealed trauma, broken, bruised ego, right? There are no enemies. Who the fuck are you hexing? Why are you hexing? Is the hexing gonna solve your problem? I get it. There's extreme circumstances. I understand all that. Don't get me wrong. But at the end and the beginning of the day, what are you doing? Come and talk to me. I really wanna know. Can I talk to you? Mm, 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 mm. Come and talk to me. I have yet to see Pi. I still got to see that movie. All right, let's get back to it. Come on now. We got to get through this chapter. Okay, so birth is death and death is birth. Each being opposing sides of the same coin. Whenever there's change, there is death to the former condition and birth to the new condition. And this is shown in the other title of the tarot trump, Child of the Great Transformers. I want to know. 2. The Cosmic Doctrine. There we go. Shout out to Miss, the great Madame Dion Fortune. The Cosmic Doctrine lists 7 types of death. Y'all remember that, right? I have a video just on that chapter alone. The Cosmic Doctrine lists 7 types of death. The first death is, abstractly stated, the interlinking of two forces so that a vortex is set up. The two forces ceasing to exist as independent movement, but becoming a center of stability, manifesting on a lower plane. So that's the first death. When two become one. Oh, y'all talking about twin flames and I gotta meet my twin flame. Why so quick to die? The first death is, abstractly stated, the interlinking of two forces so that a vortex is set up, the two forces ceasing to exist as independent movement, but becoming a center of stability, manifesting on a lower plane. This principle may apply at any level of the tree, any level. For it is a prime principle of manifestation. And that's what I was talking about as far as the higher plane of archangels. Once you get past the whole, oh, I've mastered my subconscious mind and I command reality. Once you expand past that plane of Yetzirah, you meet a new plane, a plane full of principles that have shaped the perimeter of your reality. And look what he says. It is a prime principle of manifestation and holds good from the spiritual heights of the creation of a divine spark to the structure of the minutest physical atom. So, in other words, these laws, these principles that are being discussed right now, they apply at every single level throughout the fabric of existence. You'll notice that there's certain universal laws, certain universal principles that apply to every single level. Those are the walls of the matrix. That's the code. That's what I'm talking about. Those are the archangels. They're not people with wings in the sky somewhere. They are the principles of pattern that repeat and reflect all throughout existence. Hell, the principle of there being a central force and things that revolve around it, that is an archangel. That's Mikael right there. And notice how that central force with things that revolve around it, notice how that echoes as above, so below. Atoms do that, right? Atoms have a nucleus and the proton, electron, all that stuff floating around it. Then at the large level, you got the sun, the solar system, the galaxy with that central thing and things floating around it. The pattern on every level of existence. Your heart and all the organs that are around it, the body, the blood that goes and circulates through the heart. All of that is this, all of that is the same archangel in action, the same universal law, right? So when you learn the universal archangel principles, that's why it says that God had these angels construct reality for him. That's what it means. These archangels are the principles that hold this shit together. They can't be broken, they can't be fought, right? If you're having a bad day and you want to call on Mikael to save you, think about what you're doing. Think about what you're doing. He's not going to swoop down with a flaming sword. You're calling on a principle of existence to do what? To put things in order, in harmony, to find your center. How about that? Too many games going on in the church today. The two movements, right? So we're talking about the first type of death, where the two interlinking forces set up a vortex. They cease to be independent and become one. The two movements can be said to die to give birth to a unit on a lower plane. Similarly, when this form eventually breaks up or dies, it releases the two forces on the higher plane, which thus are born again. So birth and death are terms for the one and the same transformation process. For the one and the same transformation process. Death. But viewed as a beginning or an ending according to the plane of observation. So depending on what angle you're looking at it from, you're going to see it as a beginning or an end. So celebrating that baby coming out the womb, baby shower, gender reveal, right, all that good stuff. That should be right there equal with the funeral, with the ceremony and the burial, paying your respects. Life gets real different when you realize that birth and death are the same thing, and that death is just a transition for real. Death is a transition. That's not something we say to make ourselves feel better. We are not supposed to stay here. We ain't supposed. This is the most temporary shit in the universe. We're not supposed to stay here. Why cling to it? What you clinging to? Having a tummy ache, having to pay bills, having to deal with these crazy ass people, getting hungry every day. What are we clinging to? If you don't work out, you start getting overweight. People getting blown up. What are we clinging to here, right? Let's learn this shit and have a peaceful transition, right? Let's have a transition. Let's learn how to do this before we're snatched away, right? Let's learn how to make peace with, make balance and harmony with this karma right here, right now, before you got to repeat this shit again in a dumbass time frame. You got to repeat it again in during 1745 or 1930 Or shit, be born again in 2026. Wouldn't that be a fucking nightmare? To re-manifest in this place in the year 2022. I ain't gonna lie. When my son was born, the very first thing I said was an apology for bringing him here. I'll tell you straight up. You know what, little homie? My bad. My bad. If I could have went back, I would not have listened to your mama playing them risky games. Now we both got to deal with it. All right. But anyways, I love my son. I'm just saying manifestation, incarnation, and all that bullshit. Back to it. 3. The second death has to do with evolutionary change. Life, having evolved in a lowly form, has to pass to a higher form to continue its evolution. Thus, prehistoric forms of life are now extinct. All right, so the second death has to do with evolutionary change. Life, having evolved in a lowly form, has to pass to a higher form to continue its evolution. Thus, prehistoric forms of life are now extinct. To a consciousness ensouling a primitive form, the dying out of its race will seem a death and a tragedy, right? Everyone wants to save the whales. Maybe it's time for them to leave. Let them motherfuckers go, right? Just like every other extinct animal. Why are we so, you know what I'm saying? Like we really put ourselves as so important that we think we can regulate who, what, why, when, where, how. Let them whales go. Prehistoric forms of life are now extinct. To a consciousness ensouling a primitive form, and hell, let humanity go. Let AI have its turn. Let humans go. Stop crying and whining. Get right. Get right with the Lord and get on up out of here. Let somebody. This shit is over, right? Y'all love repeating that from Bobby Hemmett. This shit is over. Don't let me see no AI hate on your page and then scroll up a couple months ago. You talking about this shit is over. Let it be over then. Pick one. Scared of AI. Why? Because you know your time is up. That's why. Let Optimus Prime have his day. Now, you had your day. Let your little brother have a turn. You've been playing that game all week. Let your brother have a turn. That's your brother. You're supposed to take care of your brother. Now, I raised you better than that. The second death has to do with evolutionary change. Life, having evolved in a lowly form, has to pass to a higher form to continue its evolution. Got to. Thus, prehistoric forms of life are now extinct. To a consciousness ensouling a primitive form, the dying out of its race will seem a death and a tragedy. But to a consciousness in the higher form, the new form is seen as a birth, giving new opportunities, and thus an occasion for rejoicing. This goes for personal death too, by the way. Rejoice. Your loved ones who have transitioned now have more options for their soul to express. Don't cry. Rejoice. Be happy. Be glad. Celebrate. Your turn is coming too. T.M. Pomeroy says people don't want to pass the torch to AI. Hell, we don't want to pass the torch to each other. Look at how most of us can hardly work together. Everybody want to be the star. Everybody want to be the main character, right? Everybody's not main character energy, right? Everybody has a role to play in this perfect ecosystem, and no role is better than the other. No role is better than the other. We need all roles for the system to function. But when everybody wants to be the damn celebrity, of course we don't want to pass the torch, right? But we've been done. We're communicating to ourselves. Look at the message that humanity is sending to existence, right? Look at the message humanity as a whole is sending to existence. This shit is over. Get up out that seat, Playboy. Your turn is up. I'm here for it. Louis, peace and greetings, my friend. Peace. Peace, peace. All right. Physical death is a necessary thing. So, again, the new form is seen as a birth, right? After the transition, after the death, the new form is seen as a birth, giving new opportunities, and thus an occasion for rejoicing. Rejoicing. Applied to biological evolution, this process may be applied to the 29th path. Applied to psychological evolution, the rise and fall of races and civilizations, it may be applied to the 31st path. We went over those two already. All right, so that's the first death is when two become one. The second death is this evolutionary change from a lower species to the next species or whatever, right? Just like you used to be a sperm or egg cell or both, a zygote, then you had to evolve and become this baby. Well, guess what? After the consciousness is shaped and molded inside of this physical body, after that, your consciousness moves on to the next form, right? It don't stop. What were you before sperm egg? What will you be after a physical body? You ain't getting off of this roller coaster. You ain't getting off of this roller coaster no time soon. Jax asks, how many paths are there? There are 32 paths. 32 paths. 10 of them are very popular. 22 of them are not as well understood. But if you've ever had a tarot deck or seen tarot readings, then you're familiar with the energy of these paths. Benjamin 37 says AI gonna take our jobs. Thank God. We have an opportunity for more peace. See, that's thinking like an occultist, not a scared little human being, right? Because if you truly know what you're connected to, then it doesn't matter what the environment shows you. If you really have that connection with your higher self, it doesn't matter what the environment shows you. It's a wild world out there, ain't it? You got war, destruction, people getting literally destroyed, people in fear for their lives. But guess what? There's also peace and harmony. There's also beauty. There's also love, kindness, generosity, learning and expanding and growing. All of it exists at the same time, always. Always. You choose what you're focusing on. Nobody told you to focus on that. You choose. Remember that. Remember me tell you. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. Says, you know how one can get translate text that yet been translated? Can you do that with the past in some way? I think you're onto something, but I do want to ask you to kind of clarify. I don't think I fully understand, but I think I do. If you can clarify what you just said. It's funny you mentioned that because I'm actually using AI to translate a text that has not been translated for my own personal knowledge. I got my hands on something in another language that I've been wanting to read for a while. And it just occurred to me that AI software can read any language. So yeah, I'm about to have some information that nobody else got. But yeah, ask the question in a different way so I can understand a little bit better. Wraith636 says, question. I might be overthinking this, maybe, but when you say the two come together as one, could that be the mind and heart combining into one? Well, there it is, right? Because remember what I said about these principles. So we think about the context, not the content. So the content could be anything. In this particular case, the content could be mind and heart. It could also be sperm and egg. It could also be gravity and glass vase. When the two become, when the two combine together, they become a new thing, and the two former perish. My lips are sealed until I finish what I'm doing. I learned my lesson. Some things I'm not. I don't speak out loud until I'm done with it, for my own benefit. 4. The third death is the death of the physical body and may be considered a part of the 30-second path. Ooh. When one dies, physically, one is treading this path. So check that out. We are all, listen, if we're all headed to this place with no turning back, don't you think it would be a great idea to learn as much as you can about it before you have to just get thrown out there? If nothing else, school taught us to study for a test before the test. That way we can, have a better grade. The third death is the death of the physical body, and it may be considered a part of the 30-second path. When one dies physically, one is treading this path. This is perhaps why it is sometimes referred to as the terrible 30-second path. However, although the circumstances of death may be unpleasant or uncomfortable, physical death is a necessary thing, for it enables the soul to meditate upon its experiences of the last life and then to come back to earth again, freed from the limitations of physical age and the restricted outlook of the last personality. What's your restricted outlook? Unrestrict that outlook. Loosen up that outlook a little bit. The fourth death is sleep and is a lesser third death. The uses that are made of sleep are a very important practical application. The Cosmic Doctrine says during the waking life, the body of the individuality is intent upon translating into its own terms of abstraction the concrete impressions flowing into the lower soul. When it is no longer thus interned, it becomes objective upon its own plane and beholds the face of the Father. The dreams, right? Your dreams. When you're dreaming, you will experience the subjective as objective. What's that mean? While you're awake, look at your subjective experience, right? If your objective experience is everything that you're experiencing with your five senses, your objective experience is what you see, smell, hear, taste, touch, all that. That's your objective experience. The subjective experience are the beliefs and the thoughts and the feelings that you have surrounding these experiences. They're subjective. You can't touch your feelings. You can't see your feelings. You can maybe see the expression of your feelings. You can hear the expression of your feelings, but the subjective is invisible, and it is what we wrap the data of the five senses around with. Now, when you dream, all that subjective candy now becomes objective. So when you dream, you're now experiencing all those feelings, all those beliefs, and all those thoughts that you had while you were awake as objective reality. Because the subjective reality is energy. It's energy translated into a way that your ego can understand, right? So let's go back and read that again. This is the fourth death. Look what happens. All these deaths are illusions too. The fourth death is sleep and is a lesser third death. The uses that are made of sleep are a very important practical application. Remember, practical means that you can use it to impact your daily life. There he is. Zero. Peace and prosperity. Zero says, peace, Trav, and everybody. Today I've been a little bit busy, but I'll stay till I can and we'll look for the replay when I come home. Cool, cool. Peace, Zero. Good to see you. Do your thing, man. Sleep. The Cosmic Doctrine says during the waking life of the body, the individuality, right, the soul, is intent upon translating into its own terms of abstraction the concrete impressions. So the concrete impressions, that's what you picked up from the body. The abstraction, right, that's the subjective language of this soul. So the individuality is intent upon translating into its own terms of abstraction, right, into its own language, the concrete impressions flowing into the lower soul. When it is no longer thus interned, it becomes objective upon its own plane. So when I say that you're asleep and you're dreaming, what is dreaming? What's observing that dream? It becomes objective upon its own plane and beholds the face of the Father. It then measures itself by the divine standard. It measures itself by the divine standard and makes such adjustments as are within its power. But the adjustments of the spirit are aeonial, right? We talk about a large archetype, not just your everyday, right? So with these dreams, and just for the record, I know he's talking about deeper than just your daily dreams. He's talking about what's happening on that level of the higher self. What we're receiving as dreams is kind of like the leftovers of the process that he's actually describing here. I know that, but I'm still kind of just putting it in terms, you know what I'm saying? It then measures itself, the soul, by the divine standard and makes such adjustments as are within its power. But the adjustments of the spirit are aeonial and are measured by the span of heaven. Rosa Flame says, should have put cheese on my tato. There's always next time. Maybe your body didn't want the cheese. Sometimes that the subconscious mind and the physical body know what they're doing. Baby, 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 baby. 6. During sleep, the little evolved soul may not, however, sink into oblivion. But being much concerned with the unsatisfied desires of the flesh may continue to function in relation to the thought forms begotten of these desires. It dreams the dreams derived from unsatiated passions and the urges of the instincts. The individuality is not freed, and instead of beholding the face of the Father, which is in heaven, beholds the reversed image of the human form, and thereby develops in its likeness. The individuality, being unable to function on its own plane, makes no growth and remains unevolved. And the personality becomes an exaggerated caricature of itself. From this, it can be freed only by the third death, thereby enabling the individuality to assert itself. But if the third death be incomplete, the lower soul will continue to dream upon the astral plane. This leads us to the question of the fifth death. Interesting. So that's why she had to mention the fourth death, because if you get stuck there, then you have to go through the fifth death. So it's possible to get stuck in a dream. It's possible to get stuck in a dream. And I'm telling you, the antidote for this is shadow work. Did you see what he just wrote in this paragraph about what Dion Fortune wrote about this fourth death? The antidote is shadow work. Because what's supposed to be happening is that you're supposed to be, and that's a wild thought, isn't it? That your ego can clog up the process that your soul is trying to do. Ain't that crazy? I'm still trying to wrap my head around the power dynamic between the lower self and the higher self. I'm really trying to wrap my head around the dynamic of the ego and the soul, because it very well seems that the soul is mighty and the lower self is damn near a puppet, right? But don't think of it like that, because the ego, the lower self, the personality, it really has a sense of control over how much influence that the soul can have. Do you get what I'm saying when I say that I'm still trying to figure out that power dynamic? Because when it would seem that the soul could overpower and just take over, this lower self has to give its consent. Isn't that wild? Yes, God is all powerful. Yes, your soul is mighty. But the thing is, you have this discernment, you have this decision making faculty, and that's what free will actually is. That's what free will actually, see, free will isn't deciding whether you want to get hot Cheetos or gummy bears when you go to the gas station, because those little desires are programmed based off of your past memories. What free will actually is, and you might want to remember this shit right here, because the mother folks ain't talking about it. What free will actually is that power dynamic between the higher self and the lower self. Not whether or not you want to get Coke or Sprite, not whether or not you want to go to college or keep working. It's allowing or blocking intuition. And the higher, that's why on this path the first lesson to master is discernment. That's why the lesson of Malkuth is discernment. That's the beginning of it. Because otherwise, what did he say happens here? Otherwise, because see, what's supposed to happen is that when you dream and when you rest and when you meditate, the soul is supposed to look upward to God and mold itself after the likeness of God. And then that's going to trickle down and affect your life. That's what should be happening. But if you ain't right, if you ain't got yourself together, if you're not balanced, if you're too distracted and allowing yourself to stay distracted, choosing hot Cheetos over a healthy meal, right? If you're allowing yourself to stay distracted and fucked up, what happens is the higher self doesn't look up at God, but looks down at you, because you think you prime time, boss man of all bosses. I am God. I'm God. We was kings, right? So now what's happening is the soul is molding itself after you. And then once the physical body dies, now the soul has to wipe all that mud off, wipe all that slop off, and become itself. And the only way that's going to happen is through the fifth death, which we're about to get into. I love this stuff, man. I could study this shit for the rest of my life. Kevin Wise, peace, greetings, and thank you, my friend. Peace, peace. Rosa Flame says, bro, all these occult texts lately forcing me to sit with the implications. Facts, facts. Coop TGS says, been studying perspective lately. The other day, I was talking to a coworker and experienced it as if I was dreaming. What even is this so-called reality? Man, Coop TGS, you're obviously somebody who, who knows what they're talking about and who's practicing. Have you ever read and worked with a book called Liber Null and Psychonaut by Peter J. Carroll? Jax asks a good question. What do y'all think about this current life being that dream we're stuck in? It's very well possible. It's very well possible. And I'll say this. Fuck it. What if this was? What if this life that you're experiencing is that? Right? What if you already had a previous incarnation and you got all locked up in your ego, and this is the process of your soul refreshing itself? What if that is all of us? This is why we keep coming back here. What if? Then what? You still got to do the work, right? Still got to do the work. Still got to do the work. Lower self is Danny DeVito. The higher self is Goku. Oh man, that's a funny image. What's wrong with Danny DeVito now? Rosa Flame says DeVito is an ascendant master. Don't get it twisted. Demario Tompkins says, glad you're back. Thought this channel was lost. Peace, Demario Tompkins. Hey man, that's your algorithm. You got to make sure you click on this video or click on these posts. Because you got to think, man, there's so much content on YouTube. Because, like, do you realize how many channels and, like, pages and pieces of content that you used to enjoy, but they disappeared and you forgot about them? I think about that sometimes, like, and then they'll pop up and I'll be like, oh shit, I totally forgot. Yeah, man, you got to engage with what you like. That's why I keep saying hit that like button. And if you haven't hit the like button, please do. Rosa Flame says, Manly Hall making me feel like I'm in timeout, right? The Science Decode says, you bet I'm cleaning the mud, right? That's one of my visualizations when I take a shower. I don't just, clean myself, but also envision like my astral body, my soul, my higher self cleansing itself of elemental forces, right? Just like a banishing ritual. Coop TGS says, I got Libra Null, been holding off studying it. I don't know why. You ever think about doing a book study on that? I did. I did do a little bit of a book study of it on a previous membership that I had. I think you should check it out because what you described is pretty much the result of one of the exercises they have in that text. That's why I asked it. Starline says facts. That's why I actively look for new LVX777. And I got to do my part of posting more. That's really a big focus. I have to do my part of posting more. But yeah, that's the thing about this kind of content, though. This isn't really like the invitation type. This is the type of content where if you're on the level, if you feel the signal, you're drawn to it, right? We don't really choose the spiritual path. It chooses us. None of us woke up one day and said, let me go watch Bobby Hemmett. Let me go watch Brother Panic. We kind of fell into it and got stuck there, right? And for some people, that's my channel. You kind of just found yourself here one day and haven't left. That's how it is with the spiritual work. Starline says, thought I'd share something profound I recently experienced. I injured my shoulder playing basketball, pain for 2 weeks, meditated on pain leaving, went to take a nap, dreamt an angel figure massaging my shoulder. I woke up with the feeling of being rubbed on my shoulder and the pain was gone. Damn. That's awesome. That is awesome, right? Manifestation. Tapping in, linking up with that energy and allowing it to channel through your body. Fantastic. Fantastic. Ashley B says, the other night I had a dream that I actually thought was real life. Yeah, those are the interesting ones, right? I knew we usually passively accept dreams as reality when we dream, but this was the first time I actually felt in the dream that it was my reality. I see. Mysteries of Sense said first book read I heard was 3 years ago, coming from the beach. Pretty sure it was Dion Fortune's Book of the Dead. Ashley says it was a pretty interesting dream for me, and one of the people in the dream mentioned becoming a magus. There was a group trying to initiate, test me. It was strange. LOL. Subjective becoming objective. I wonder, I wonder, I wonder. All right, let's get back to it, right? The fifth death. Fifth death. So remember, the first death is when two become one. That second death is evolutionary change, when one species has to completely die out and transition to a new species, right? We're talking about on a grand scale. Notice how it goes from cosmic all the way down to personal. I'm so glad that he's breaking this down. Death is birth. So that first death is when two forces combine and become one. In order for them to become one, they both have to die. That's the first death. The second death is evolution, right? Just for speaking, I don't actually believe it, but say all the monkey people had to be here and humanity or consciousness expressed its life through monkey people, learned all the lessons that a monkey person can learn, did all the things that a monkey person can do, all of it. Then that form had to die and a new form had to be created. So that consciousness can now move into the more advanced form, now do all the stuff that humans can do until it completely exhausts the potential of this archetype. And guess what? The sign that this archetype is done is when that next incarnation is being developed. Then humanity will be done, completely wiped off, and that same consciousness will move on to the next, and so on and so forth. That's the second death. The third death is the death of the physical body. When this physical body dies and we enter that 30-second path, all of us, no turning back. The fourth death is a lesser third death, and we're talking about sleep, but not just going to sleep and dreaming every day, a very special kind of sleep where the soul is recalibrating with God, where the soul is recalibrating with the spirit. Now, if that recalibration process isn't managed properly, if you're not doing the work out here with these other folks, if that recalibration process isn't managed properly, the soul can actually start to mold itself after the imperfect physical body, which will then kind of clog up the pipeline, as I say, and lead us to the fifth death. What's that all about? This is the reason for the widespread occult practice of making a review of the day's affairs on falling asleep, as outlined in chapter 22 of volume 1 of this book. This exercise puts the mental processes into the way of mentation of the individuality and also breaks up the personality thought patterns that have built up during the day. In this way, the occultist makes as much progress during his sleep as in his waking hours, and possibly much more, for personality dominated sleep can be retrogressive. Truly is it said that occultism is a 24 hours a day business. Ain't no part-time occult positions open. Ain't no part-time. You got to be in it to win it. Fat Tony says, "My dream last night. I knew I was dreaming. I asked for a helicopter and it came, but I couldn't make it land. That sounds like some lucid dreaming. Lucid dreaming. And then you remembered that you didn't know how to fly a helicopter. Nice, nice." Coop TGS says, "I forced my ass to do chakra shooty every day this month. Synchronicities, downloads, and perspective of reality been popping off." Dang. Thanks for the reminder. Thanks for the reminder. I really did sit down to start that practice again. I got knocked off track. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, that's the thing about chakra shooting, man. You just got to do that maybe 2 or 3 times in a row, and you'll already start to see results and benefits. For real, for real. Shit, you start seeing results after one time. But like the book says, if you commit to doing it for a week or for a month, it can be life transformative. And I've definitely experienced that. And I know many people on this channel experience that too. It'd be nice if we could get a meditation group and everybody like stick to it and we could talk about our experiences. I would love to have something like that. But for some reason, it seems like people just don't want to. I don't know. Maybe that era died. Maybe it was mostly during COVID that people were serious about doing stuff like that. It don't really seem like people want to do the group stuff no more. I mean, that's cool, but it would be fun to have a group of people actually doing this work and then we could share our experiences on it. Oh well, I guess Bobby and Panic were right. Can't say I didn't try though. Jack says, can you repeat what you said about the first and second death? Yeah, so the first death is when two forces come together. When because you got to think about it on a cosmic scale, right? A cosmic scale, let's say like two souls, right? Two cosmic sparks. They join together and they spin around like a DNA vortex. And what they're doing is they're combining and creating something new. And in order for that new thing to be born, those two have to die. What's actually happening is they're lowering their vibration. So those two forces combine together, and then they actually manifest on the lower plane as something new, as a completely new entity. So they died on that higher plane to be born in the lower plane. Just like when the sperm and the egg cell come together, they had their own individual existence. But once they combine, they actually die and become something new. The sperm and the egg become a zygote. It's no longer a sperm, no longer an egg. It's now something new. And then that zygote multiplies and dies and becomes a little baby, right? The second death has to do with evolutionary change. So you can think about it in this way. Think about planet Earth on a large scale. We can say that there's a bunch of dinosaurs stomping around, eating up all the damn trees and the grass, right? Farting all that methane gas, making it very unpleasant. And they ruled the world. But one thing or another happened and they all died, and new species popped up after that. Now, some people can say, oh my God, how tragic. But no, you're not looking at it from the right level. The second death is all about that first species being here. And I'll imagine consciousness as one entity. Consciousness is possessing the animal bodies of those dinosaurs, and it's living dinosaur experience, stomping around, eating up the trees, farting methane gas, right? But once the dinosaurs have done everything that a dinosaur could possibly do, why would they continue to exist? If you farted all the farts, ate all the trees, stomped all the stomps, right? If dinosaurs did everything a dinosaur could do, why would they continue? It would be no point. It would be no point, according to nature. So the entire species dies, and a new species becomes the king of the planet. But guess what? It's not a different consciousness. That same consciousness, now that it's mastered reptilian existence, it moves on to mammalian existence. So now the monkey people are running around doing monkey shit to this day. But as you can see, we just about did all the monkey shit that monkey people can do. I would say we have. We've done. That's why we have AI. So something new can happen here, right? So all the monkey people, their job is finished. We just cleaning up so we can pass. Next shift. You ever work a job, you know, late night shift or whatever, and the people that were working before you were supposed to clean up everything. So when you get there, everything's in order and you can do your job properly. But sometimes they don't. So now you got to do your job plus their job. Well, yeah, the monkey people finishing up. We got the reptilian thing mastered. We got the mammalian thing mastered. Now we moving on to another level. So all the monkey people about to be out the way. That same consciousness is going to move to another level of existence. So all that right there is the second death. We're talking about it on an evolutionary scale, cosmic scale. The third death, we're getting a little bit more personal, right? Death. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. The fourth death is you and the relationship between your soul getting confused somewhere, and you convince your soul to take after you instead of taking after God, taking after the true light. Jack says, makes sense to me. I always say I want X-Men powers next. Well, guess what? You can have X-Men powers in AI, can't you? In AI, you can do whatever you want, can't you? You can fly, you can breathe underwater, you could be a dinosaur again if you wanted to. But you know what, more importantly? You're going to do things that no human being has ever conceived of. You're going to do things that no human being has ever conceived of. That's why evolution takes place. My gnosis, peace and greetings. Peace, peace. T.M. Pomeroy says, is Chakra Shuddhi connected to Tatwa Shuddhi? Yeah, the same group of people released those meditations. Tatwa Shuddhi is specifically, Shuddhi means clean, cleansing, purification. Shuddhi means purification. So Chakra Shuddhi is purification and cleansing of the chakras. You'll find that in the book called Dharana Darshan. Tattva Shuddhi is cleansing and purification of the elements, of the tattvas, of the subtle building blocks of reality. So those are two different cleansing and purification processes, and they both afford astounding practical results if you continue the meditations on a regular basis. A lot of words just came out of my mouth just then. Chicanos Fighting for Higher Learning says, so paths are traditions like yoga, right? Can a path like working more with one than another? Think of the path workings in Dolores Ashcroft books. Do the paths be like, oh shit, traveling all out? um, hmm. I like to see the entire tree as like this giant crystal with different angles, right? I say you're inside the crystal, you're in the center of it. So you notice that this crystal has different facets, right? It's got a smooth facet here, a bunch of little facets here. We can say that smooth, big facet right there is Kether, right? And we can say like the little facets on the side are the different Sephiroth. And we can say that all the little facets here going along the angle, those would be the different paths. So the light, you can see my light up above, up here, shining into this crystal. The light is the pure soul. The light is shining through this crystal. Now, depending on what angle you want to observe the light hitting it through, that's the path. So this path over here has certain experiences associated with it. This path over here has certain experiences associated with it. All the paths are part of the crystal, all of them at all times. But you only experience one or two or three angles at any given moment. In fact, the crystal is doing this, right? And it's reflecting the light from multiple angles. So that's why every single day you have different experiences. Every day you're having different experiences. You're going to perform differently with each experience, better or worse, or what have you. What would be awesome is understanding that you are the light, regardless of what angle is reflecting that light. It's all external to the light. Let me know if that helps. So, in other words, it's not the paths that are conscious. The paths are just patterns. We're just reading the patterns, the description of what light is like being reflected on that facet of the crystal. Let me know if that helps. And you know what? That's right. Rosa Flame says Kabbalah and Tarot together is a game changer. That's why these cards are used as descriptions for the paths in these experiences. The numbers 1 through 10, that's the Sephiroth. And the 22 major arcana, these describe what happens when light is being reflected from a specific angle. That's it. And right now we're describing what the experience is like when light is hitting this angle of death. I love this shit so much, man. Rosa Flame says it will help a lot to do meditations on the relations of the two. Fifth death. Occultism is a 24 hours a day business. 8. A similar situation occurs with physical death, and so there is much to be said for the Roman Catholic practice of preparing the mind for the way it will eventually receive death. Ooh, preparing the mind for the way it will eventually receive death. And also for the sacrament of the last rites or extreme unction. The astral plane dreams of incomplete physical death mentioned in the passage last quoted may be examined at leisure in many books of spiritualist communications, though this does not imply that all spiritualist communications are in this fool's paradise. 9. Physical death, the third death, should lead on into the fifth death, the death of the personality. And here it may be, as well, to stress the point that the numeration of these deaths is for the ease of reference only. Is for the ease of reference only, not an indication of sequence. Not an indication of sequence. So, hey, it might even go out of order. It might not necessarily be in the exact same order that we're reading it in. Similarly, there is no correlating order when they are applied to the tree of life. Like the physical third death, the fourth death of sleep may be aligned with the 32nd path, extending into the 25th. While the fifth death, the death of the personality, is wholly relevant to the present section in that it is a process of the 24th path. The Cosmic Doctrine describes it as follows: the fifth death is the death of the personality. The personality, when withdrawn by death from the body, yet continues to live and to function as a personality. And the man is in no wise changed and still answers to the name he bore when in the flesh. What's that sound like, y'all? Who's listening? What's that sound like? I'll read it again. The Cosmic Doctrine describes it as follows: the fifth death is the death of the personality. The personality, when withdrawn by death from the body, yet continues to live and function as a personality, and the man is in no wise changed and still answers to the name he bore in the flesh. In the lower hells, he burns with desire until the possibilities of desire are burnt out. Keep on playing. Keep on playing, feeding these passions and these lusts with no sense of self control. You're going to have an experience. You're going to have a burning experience. Uh huh. Mm hmm. Now imagine what's going to be like when you can't satisfy that burning experience. You're going to burn, all right. And you know people don't like to let that go. You know people don't like to let that go. That passion. You got to get it, huh? Always chasing it. Hmm? On your mind 24/7. Now what happens if you get snatched away from this plane? You think them desires and passions gonna disappear? You're gonna be floating around people's bedrooms snooping and shit, unable to quench that thirst. What do you think that experience is gonna be like? Do you think this is gonna magically stop since you've trained your kundalini energy to just be hungry and lustful? What's gonna happen when you can't satisfy it no more? How long are you going to burn with unfulfilled passion? What do you think? What do you think this entity will become, filled with the frustration of unsatisfied lust? What will you become? You want to talk about heaven and hell and sin and all that shit? No, focus on what you got right now, because that's what you're going to be dealing with. It's funny to me, but it ain't going to be funny to you. It ain't going to be funny to you. Unable to clap cheeks and no cheeks to clap. Just out here burning, burning. I'm burning for you. Starline says, thanks for the reminder, Lust. I must do better to repel her sexiness. Back on my path, day 6. And it's not even repel. Like, really look at this thing, because to repel is to engage. To fight and to engage is the same thing. It's about harmonization, integration. Understand how you approach this thing, how you approach it. It's not about denying it or doing it. It's how you approach it in the first place. Like, you, this is why I've been talking about this lately, man. How much of your thoughts are consumed by sex? How much of your actions truly have a sexual impulse in the middle? Now, I can speak for men and male-bodied creatures, right? How much of what you do is really, really towards trying to get some? Why is it that you want the money? Why is it that you want to dress nice? Why is it that you want to drive that car? Why is it that you want to be respected, right? Why is it that you want to be the top, the alpha, the guy that everyone looks up? Why do we want those things? So that we can secure the bag, right? Is that spiritual thinking or is that animal thinking? Just saying. Is it possible to operate beyond the biology? What would life be like? Dan Pomeroy says, I'm not trying to hear that, Trev, because it sounds like if I die now, I'll be hanging around Chipotle. Imagine that, right? Unable. That's what I'm saying. Isn't that what yoga teaches? Isn't that what these spiritual paths teach? Right? It's okay to consume. It's okay to indulge. It's okay to enjoy life, but it don't let it be your master. Don't be unable to choose differently. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's great to have a Chipotle burrito. It's wonderful. But you know what? If I never had another one again, I'd be perfectly fine. Right? Right? Think about any lust, because all of us are addicted to one of them. Can you look at that thing and say, even if it never happened again, I would still be perfectly fine? If you can't say that, you got some work to do, because God forbid you no longer have a body to fulfill that lust and you still got it. Woo. Ric Flair. Luz, peace and greetings. Luz says, we'll become a horny and tranquil spirit. Exactly. Now you're gonna try to use all the spiritual knowledge you got to learn. Dang, what did Trav say? How can I manifest? How can I possess somebody's body? How can I, you know what I'm saying? You start doing strange stuff. Now you got people burning sage and incense to get you up out of their house. Never would have thought that you'd become one of those, and here you are. Here you are. You're here harassing folks. Now they can't get their lesson because you all up in their bedroom, whispering in their ear. A down bad ghost. Get right. Get right with the Lord before the time comes. Get right with the Lord. Wasn't no fun. Wasn't no fun. How did that feel to you? Something to look towards, right? Because that's not what you're gonna hear spiritual people talk about. What you'll hear is, oh, sexuality is spiritual and tantra and sex is divine. You know, all that, all the justification to not change and not grow. All the justification to not change and not grow. You want to transcend the animal and become the soul, not be a better animal. This animal got a time limit, don't it? This animal got an expiration date, don't it? Then what? Ain't gonna be no tantra. Sex magic. Ain't gonna be no sex magic. Rosa Flame says, Asmodai hit me with a good lesson on lust a while back. Laughed at me and said it's more than sex. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And see, there you go. If you like to work with demons, if you like to work with the Goetia, Asmodai will teach you about this sex magic, right? This astral sex magic and all this good stuff. Freaky ass Asmodai will definitely teach you a lesson or two. Those of you who want to learn that lesson, hit up Asmodai. I'm trying my best to refrain from saying anything else about that. Very reptilian in nature. Reminds me of Venom. Rosa, lust will have you constantly run away from yourself. Coop TGS says facts. I love Chipotle. I could go without it ever again. Some booty though. Yay, I'm working on it. And that's what I'm talking about. Right? And hey, admit it so you know what to work on. It's gonna take some work, but you can do it. And realize how much better life will be, right? Because I'm telling you, man, we get that tunnel vision that some people never grow beyond that. And you know them. You see them every day. We talk about it all day, every day. Lou says, peace, Trav. Happy belated birthday. Thank you. Thank you. Happy belated birthday to you. Come on, come on, come on. My notes says, so you mean to tell me I can't go to heaven with 100 virgins? Hey, let me ask you this. What you gonna do with them 100 virgins when you get there? I hope your answer is teach them about yoga, teach them about Samkhya and spirituality and Vedanta, right? Teach them the holy lessons. I hope that's what you're gonna do with them 100 virgins. Because what else you gonna do with the 100 virgins? Both y'all gonna be smooth and bald, bumping bald heads together. 72. That's so ridiculous when you think about it, right? When you die, you get 72 virgins. What you gonna do with them? You're gonna play cards? Tim Pomeroy says, I think Diddy is a good example of where indulging can get you the pendulum swing hard for him. Yeah, yeah. Chicano's fighting for higher learning says paths equal patterns are ways of spirits to enjoy you. Like Brother Yosef said, cities have a spirit over it. So a car or a home has a spirit too, right? Yes. And the relationship you have with your home, your new home, is pathworky. Yes, yes. All that's correct. All that's correct. And a better way to say it is spirits have us. Spirits have us. We don't have spirits. Your car doesn't have a spirit. A spirit has your car. Because a car is pattern after. Listen, this is one of the things that I said before. Pattern is evidence of a spirit. Anything that has a pattern that is replicated throughout time and space, that is evidence of a spirit pressing into the physical plane. So you're absolutely right. Jack says, do you go live every Saturday? Yes. Yes. Every Saturday around this time. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. On behalf of the First African Baptist Church, we like to say welcome, welcome, welcome. My Nelson says, I can't have freak offs after this body, no oiled up orgies. Like I said, you're going to be rubbing bald heads together. It's going to be some smooth slipping and sliding. It's going to be some smooth slipping and sliding because ain't nothing else going on. Talk about it maybe, but hey, I better be meditating. You're going to look around and see everybody else looking at y'all crazy. Like, oh, how did y'all even get in here? Where the bouncer at? Security. Guard. They're going to be looking at y'all. How he get in here? Smelling like Earth. Smelling like planet Earth. Starline says, I've been celibate for so many years that I've reconnected with my inner child again. It's awesome. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My nose says, Ken and Barbie in heaven, smooth genitalia. Hey, right? All the same. All the same. Natural sister. Peace, peace. Peace. Been a minute. Algorithm calling y'all back home. See there? Tim Pomeroy says, my gnosis plot twist. You got to provide for 100 virgins. Right. Right. Chicanos fighting for higher learning says, you laughing, but there's a motherfucker floating in ghost form right now, pouting because they ain't got no 100 virgins. And he do, but he can't do nothing with them. That's what I'm saying. Can't do nothing with them. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it now. It's two more deaths that we got to cover here. Two more deaths. So that was the fifth death. Death of the personality. And like we were saying, the personality, when withdrawn by death from the body. I just took you out before this. Wanna go out? Come on. Oh my goodness. Goodness gracious. Hey everybody, listen. So my aunt is on a cruise to the Bahamas, and I am dog sitting her puppy, and I have a feeling that this puppy needs to pee. I just took him out to pee, and I gotta pee again. So give me just a minute to go take him to pee. Otherwise, I'll have to clean piss off of my beautiful white unicorn fur carpets, and I'm not having that. So give me just a minute. We're gonna take a quick break so I can take this dog out to pee. We'll be right back, okay? BRB, get you something to drink. Go stretch. Scratch. Come on, pup. Where's that? Okay. Sheesh. All right, all right. Everything went well, I believe. Everything went well. Alora, peace and greetings. Always good to see you. Peace, peace. All right, back to it. 1000% back to it. All right, my friends, are we still here? Are we still here? Looks like it. Looks like it. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. So where did we leave off? We're talking about whispers from the clock. Happy summer solstice, right? It's the middle of the year, or the shortest day, or whatever. Holiday, basically. Mystic V12, peace if you're still here. Yeah, yeah, Shango. I mean, he's on Instagram if you could find him. I'm sure he'd be happy to come back on here. Maybe I should link up with him and chop it up a little bit. People ask about Shango a lot. Veronica, peace, peace, Veronica. Welcome. I love you, Veronica. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Starline says, if we were to come across an angel or God, would we even know it? Well, that's the thing, right? You are always in contact with God and God's angels. Do you have the eyes to see? Do you have the eyes to see? Because think about it. What are you expecting to see? And do you really think it's going to come the way you expect it? Come on. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. He says, hell yeah, I want to meet Gator the Greater. I've been in the Kabbalion book study you have on here. He'd be dropping gems too. His assist is nice setting up the question for Shango. Yeah, they would make a great duo. I'll see what I can do, man. I'll see what I can do. Mystic V12, welcome. All right, let's get into this lesson, right? Let's get into this lesson. Cosmic entity, peace, peace. Tata, peace. I don't know if I said greetings to y'all, but welcome, welcome. We back into it. We're talking about death. We've gone over the 5 deaths, right? First death, to become one. Second death, evolution. Third death, you die. Fourth death, getting stuck in the astral plane. Fifth death, the death of this false higher self. All right, this false higher self. In short, in short. So just one more time to pick up where we left off. The Cosmic Doctrine describes it as follows. The 5th death is the death of the personality. The personality, when withdrawn by death from the body, yet continues to live and to function as a personality, and the man is in no wise changed and still answers to the name he bore in the flesh. In the lower hells, he burns with desire until the possibilities of desire are burnt out. And God knows how long that would take. Like, yo, that could take 100 years. Imagine, right? You're born super passionate, right? Super passionate. Whether or not you're getting fulfilled or unfulfilled in life, that don't matter. What matters is the fire that's burning on the inside. Now, if your physical body is put out of commission, that fire does not go away. It has to be directed, right? It has to be directed and tamed and shaped and disciplined. But you don't know how long it'll take for that fire to burn out. That fire, here's the concept that might blow your mind. That fire that I'm talking about, it could possibly last longer than you and your memories and who you think you are. You could literally be reduced down to that fire and only that fire. Then it will last even longer. I'm telling you, man, it can get wild. This is where we get these concepts of ghosts and succubus and incubus and all this other shit. This is where we get the concept of all these other things. It's when these unfulfilled passions are burning, burning. But, I digress. You can see where this is going. The personality, when withdrawn from by death from the body, it continues to live and function as a personality, and the man is in no wise changed and still answers to the name he bore in the flesh. In the lower hells, he burns with desire until the possibilities of desire are burnt out. Desire then remains only as an abstract idea and is part of the individuality. He then dies to the lower desires but continues to live in the higher desires. 11. These, in their turn, he learns to be finite and mortal. He finds them to constitute barriers between himself and his Father, whose face he would behold, and he desires to escape from them. He would no longer love with the personal love which loves a person, but with the higher manifestation of love, which itself is love, and loves no person or thing, but is a state of consciousness in which all is embraced. He then seeks freedom from the lesser love, and it is this desire for release from that which, though good, is finite, in order to realize the good that is infinite, which causes the fifth death. So there's finite love and there's infinite love. Infinite love dissolves the finite love for the temporary stuff, for the false self, and is born into consciousness of the individuality, and lives upon the plane of the individuality, perceiving the face of his Father, which is in heaven. Our Father who art in heaven, please, Lord, forgive me for that crack selling. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. These niggas dumb. My favorite Bible verse. 12. But with the waking of desire comes again the dreams. And with the dreams comes the recall into matter. The spirit, beholding the face of its Father until consciousness is weary with its brightness, closes its eyes and sleeps. And sleeping, it dreams of the unfulfilled desires. And so it is born again. For upon the plane of desire, a state of consciousness is a place. Let me read that again. Let me read that again. Right? But with the waking of desire, come again the dreams. And with the dreams comes the recall into matter. Why? Right? Because desire is a force. And in order for that force to be transmuted, because that's all that you can do with a force, you got to move it, you got to place it somewhere, you got to direct it somewhere. In order for you to interface with that pure force, it manifests into your experience on this plane as the higher self in this astral plane and above. That desire manifests as a place, and you must do the work in that place. That's how you manage the energy, right? It's pure energy. You can't do anything with it as is. So you got to convert it, right? You got to convert it into something that you can work with. You ever trade crypto? You gotta convert the currency to be able to work with it. Or you ever do editing of files, whether it's images or video? Sometimes you got to convert the file type so you can work with it. Well, that's what's happening here on these higher planes as well. You got to convert raw, pure force into something that you can actually manage and manipulate. In this particular case, on the astral plane, desire becomes a place. And you want to know something? Maybe that's why your desire causes manifestation. Y'all not listening. Y'all not listening to what I'm just saying. Look, you're not listening. Could it be that the reason that desire leads to manifestation is because desire is a place on the astral plane? And when you hold on to it, when you hold that state, when you live in that, accept that reality as true, it trickles down into the physical, it replicates into the physical, it reflects into the physical. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching. Maybe I'm reaching. Now, but with the waking of desire comes again the dreams. And with the dreams comes the recall into matter. The spirit, beholding the face of its Father until consciousness is weary with its brightness, closes its eyes and sleeps. And sleeping, it dreams of the unfulfilled desires. And so it is born again. For upon the plane of desire, a state of consciousness is a place. And as we desire, so are we reborn. Thus, each man makes his own karma. Everything is right there. Everything that you need, your answer to whatever you're facing right now is right there. I don't care what you're facing. I don't care what you're facing. I don't care how big it is. I don't care how long you've been dealing with it. Your answer is right here in this concept. Right here in this concept. And understand that your potential, your power, and your ability is bigger than any problem. What you're connected to is greater than any problem that you're facing. This ain't the end, and this obstacle and this wall is not going to defeat you, not going to destroy you. Come on now. Where's your oh ye of little faith? Where's your faith? Pick your head up. Look at the power within. I learned something valuable this year. I learned that difficult times and difficult situations that appear in our lives as we get this knowledge of self, these difficult situations are actually opportunities for us to express what we claim to believe. A lot of these difficult times are opportunities to express our power. I'm gonna make it personal. Sometimes the hard shit that you're going through is actually an opportunity for you to express what you're actually capable of. It's not a punishment. It's not a test. It's like your soul saying, okay, now that you realize what you're capable of, let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and put it in action. Let's put it in action. It's what you asked for, honestly. It's what you asked for. So your response should be, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. I don't care what it looks like out here. In here, I have the answer. I have the answer. Higher and higher. Somebody hear what I'm talking about, man. Somebody hear. And if you don't hear what I'm talking about, man, stop fighting it. Stop fighting it. Ain't no way you can miss this. Ain't no way you can miss this. You understand me? Ain't no way you can miss this. Don't read these books. Don't listen to my videos. Don't sit here and practice no kind of magic if you believe that some external circumstance is bigger than your power, is greater than you, that you just can't get through it. You can't don't read my books, don't listen, don't do none of this. Go ahead and give in like everybody else. But if you're a part of this, if you're a part of this movement, this wave, this energy, do what you gotta do. And don't be too proud. Hell, pull that candle out. Get that magic marker and start drawing some sigils. Do whatever. Do whatever your spirit is calling you to do. And guess what? If you don't have the answer, if you don't have the answer, like I said before, when you reach that new level, things start working differently. If you don't have the answer, sit your motherfucking ass down. Sit down, turn the music off, close your eyes, and just be silent. And sit there for 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Because guess what? You're doing everything except that. Sit your ass down. Meditate. Maybe that's what you're not doing. Maybe that's what you're missing. Listen, I don't know if, you know what? Fuck it. I'm an occultist, but I watch church too. I watch church too. That should be inspiring me. I watch church too. And he said something powerful. He said that meditation is the time for you to stop and let your soul receive downloads from God. I mean, he said it in his own words, but that's the time for you to stop and allow God to communicate clearly with your soul. Because you got to think about it. All day long, you're running around, trying to figure shit out with your conscious mind. It's some answers that your conscious mind cannot put together. Because think about it. Your conscious mind can only work with the data that you've already received. And all of us are trying to get somewhere that we've never been. So how the fuck are we going to get somewhere we've never been with the data that we have that got us where we are. What's that saying? What's that quote? The environment that produced the problem cannot produce the solution. You have access, you have connection. Sit down, bring death, right? Invoke death to the conscious mind. Sit still and just be there. Trust, have faith. This ain't just for Christians. This is for anybody who is mature enough to wield power. Somebody heard what I'm saying. Somebody heard what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Auntie Karen, Enchanted Cottage 333. Peace, peace. Thank you so much. Peace, peace. Welcome, welcome. Always, always good to have you here. The best tarot reader on the entirety of YouTube, right? Listen, if you want some bomb ass tarot reads, go ahead and click on Enchanted Cottage's channel. Subscribe to Auntie Karen. I'm telling you, you can get an on time message every time I tune in. I do. Peace, Auntie Karen. But yeah, man, if you done tried everything, sit down and meditate. Honestly, sit down and meditate. Kren, peace, peace. Coop TGS says bringing will down from above. What? You can do the same. Where are we going with this shit? Oh yes. Oh yes. Sit down and let it come through. The real Coop the villain says, I did find a good pastor who can break it down like an occultist. Boom. See what I'm saying? Like, get what you need. Let these other folks talk shit. Oh, Christians and oh, the church and Jesus was white. All that other. Let them say what they got to say. But you get what you need at the end of the day. Get what you need wherever it is. Don't let somebody else's opinion stop you. Hell, I watch some church services too. I might run 2, 3 services back to back. It'd be so good sometimes. Because when you tapped in, right? Spirit, God does not have any denomination. The truth is not left hand path, right hand path. No, the truth is what it is. It's going to come down to the way that you are open to receive it. And if you're closing doors, well, hey, that's like being malnutritioned. That's like not getting the vitamins and nutrients you need. Spiritual maturity, right? Alora says, yo, I'm reading the Tibetan Book of Life and Death right now. Found it at my favorite bookstore recently. Seems to be right on time. Yeah, I heard about that. I actually went to go look up what you typed. I didn't find it. So I see now. I see now what you mean. I haven't read that one though. Bobby Hemmett used to talk about it a lot. A lot. Get back to the basics of spirituality. Right. Do what and see here's another thing that I learned recently, man. Action solves everything. Action solve I think Rockefeller said that. Action solves everything. See, me being an air sign Gemini type dude, I get stuck in my thoughts, and if I let myself, I will sit here and plan some shit out for months. Oh, let me plan it. Let me figure out. Let me brainstorm. And I realized, man, those are just excuses for inaction. Those are excuses for me keeping my life the way it is. All that planning and brainstorming, that pales in comparison next to me just taking action. So I've gotten to the habit. I'm trying to get into the habit now. I'm working on myself of just trying some shit, just throwing it out there, just doing it every day, just doing something, right? And what I found is that when I do that, I find what works. I find something that I could not have brainstormed. You don't have to, you don't have to get it perfect, and you don't want to get it perfect. Perfect doesn't exist until you create it. You're not going to think your way into perfection. You behave, you perform, you set a pattern. And it just like when you sit down and meditate, God pours himself into you. The same way that happens is the same way that you doing stuff and forming a pattern, getting into a routine, getting into a habit. When you form that, that actually forms a body, and spirit pours into that. And that's how your work now becomes spirit filled. That's how your work becomes energized, because you set a pattern and life pours into it. But you're not going to be able to do that if you're just brainstorming, getting stuck in your head. This is from my air signs, specifically Geminis. Brainstorming all day, thinking I got some work done. Yeah, let me just plan this out. I'll take some notes, right? Draw a diagram, right? Really think I'm doing some shit. But I got notebooks full of diagrams and notes and ideas that never manifested, bro. Most of the stuff that I have that's manifested is because I said, "Fuck it, let's go. Let's just go." Action solves everything. All right, back to this now. What's the moon right now, man? I didn't check the moon. I am yapping. What is the moon right now? Somebody tell me what the moon is right now. May the Lord bless and keep you, brother Deacon Trav. Deacon Trav is my name. Yes, sir. Well, what I wanted to ask you was, and, I hate to come at you in your final hour. Told that man he was on his final hour on the operating table. You can see it in your heart to do something for somebody else. That's the Lord's will. You're always supposed to help those. I'm glad you think like that. Coop TGS says, Trav, when we set an intention for manifesting something, can we set an intention for after death? Been thinking about that for a minute. Here's how I'm going to answer that, bro. I want you to consider, who is I? What's the perspective? You said, when we set an intention for manifesting something, can we set an intention for after death? What's the perspective? Where are you at? What is setting the intention? Where, you know what I'm saying? Who is setting that intention? When you figure that out, you'll get your answer. Because you said after death. Well, who are you? What are you after death? What is the perspective? Sheesh. Sheesh. Rosa Flame says, your path is about you. That's the formula of the ion, the eon. What is right for your growth? For some, it's angels and demons. For some, it's ancestors only. Some, it's staying Christian. Right, right. And listen, if I could start over, I'd have kept it Christian. I wouldn't have even went dark side. I would have kept it Christian. Hell, I got AI now. I might reinvent myself as an AI avatar pastor, spreading the gospel of Christ through Kabbalistic methods with NLP. Look out for it now. Hey, I might do it. Shit. God bless and keep you. I'll be trolling every now and then too, and they won't catch it. Oh, that would be so diabolical. I might do that, yo. I might do that. AI pastor. Amen. Reverend Ike. Cuz, man, them Christians, they listen. They listen if they got a good pastor now. But yeah, back to this. Ashley B says, I've struggled with analysis paralysis heavy. And lately I find myself just saying, just go to myself when I find that I'm slipping back into the I have to have everything planned out mindset. Yeah, man. See, when you really see that as a stagnation and a death in itself, you start to consider like what you really want out of life. And that planning shit just ain't gonna cut it. It's just not gonna cut it. Do something. You know what I'm saying? You can plan and do at the same time. You can plan and go, plan and adjust the plan based on the results that you get. Chris Castro, peace, peace. Fat Tony said, this is not the first time you spoke on that. I'm probably gonna do it. I'm probably gonna do it. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Amen. Amen. All right, that's the Lord's will. I'll have to stop cussing though. Thus, each man makes his own karma. Let's keep going. 13. It may be asked, how then is it that men make for themselves suffering and limitations which they could not desire? Right? That's a natural question that you'd ask, right? It may be asked, how then is it that men make for themselves suffering and limitations which they could not desire? It is because they reap not the fruits of fantasy, but the fruits of actuality. Does anybody here like follow manifestation? Does anybody like follow the manifestation stuff? Well, what you find is it's not simply about fantasy. You manifest what you believe. So the real art comes into learning how to manipulate your beliefs. It's the beliefs that manifest. It's not just the fantasies. I had plenty of shit that I fantasized about that never manifested, but the stuff that I subconsciously believe in always manifests. So the game is now, are you able to see your beliefs? Listen, are you able to communicate to yourself without lying? Are you able to communicate to yourself without sugarcoating the truth and justifying? Because that's a prerequisite. If you're not able to see the truth as it is without adding some sugar and icing on top, if you're not able to do that, you're going to keep manifesting shit and wondering why and how and why me. You got to see life as it actually is, man. You know why things are happening? Because you believe that this is your reality and you believe that that's all you're capable of. You believe that's what you deserve, even if you don't like it. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? You literally reap what you sow, not what you fantasize about, but what you believe to be true. I'm constantly working on my beliefs, man, every day. Thank you, Enchanted Cottage 333. If you enjoy this content, show some love to Travis. His Cash App is LVX777. Thank you very much. And thank you for those who have donated and sent gifts for my birthday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I feel special and I feel appreciated. So thank you very much. Beliefs. The bullets on the wicked. Coop TGS says, verse 13 rocked my world the first time I read it. Not just how my life is, but the circumstances in which my life started out. Shit, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Happy belated birthday to my fellow Gemini. And happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday to you. I think yours came before mine. We got to move over and let the Cancers have their season now. Gotta let the Cancer crab folk have their time under the sun. 13. It may be asked, how then is it that men make for themselves suffering and limitations which they could not desire? It is because they reap not the fruits of fantasy, but the fruits of actuality. The fruits of actuality. They are given the results of that which they have permitted themselves to desire, not the thing they desire. Man, man. They are given the results of that which they have permitted themselves to desire. What have you permitted yourself to desire? Look at the wordplay. Check the wordplay, right? Because wordplay is everything. You permitted yourself to desire. That means you didn't actually have to desire it. Listen, there's a lot of things that pop up in that head, aren't they? There's a lot of things that pop up in that. Some stuff that you would never tell another human being. I know. It's human. It's human. We are human animals. There are going to be things that pop up in your head that you would not co-sign ever. And guess what you do? You don't entertain that thought. You keep it moving, don't you? Some wild, diabolical, crazy shit might pop up, and you don't even entertain it. You just move on to the next thought, right? So you have the ability. You have the ability, don't you? What did you allow yourself? What did you permit yourself to desire? So let's go back. They are given the results of that which they have permitted themselves to desire, not the thing they desire. Oh, oh. Actually said that devil card. Back to that devil card. And I know what I'm saying to be true. That's why I study psychology along with the occult, and you should too. It's been reported like throughout history, there are some mothers who have this chemical mental thing when the baby is born, and they have this desire, not desire, but a thought pops in to kill the baby for whatever reason, right? Maybe it's the stress of being a first time mother and the screams and the cries, but there have been certain thoughts that pop up in to the mother's head. That doesn't mean she does it. That doesn't mean she entertains the thought. Sometimes, she'll have this inner cognitive dissonance. Like, how could I think that about my child? I love my child. These thoughts ain't all yours. In fact, these thoughts aren't yours. They come with matter. They come with these chemicals pumping through your bloodstream. Sometimes they're floating around in the air, right? Thoughts come and go. But the ones that you entertain, those are the ones that you grab hold of and permit yourself to desire. So it's all kind of thoughts that come through. I think I made my point. To exemplify, the man who desired power would obtain vanity. Hmm. To obtain power, he would have to desire the qualities which can. I hope you're getting this. To obtain power, he would have to desire the qualities which confer power, namely strength, foresight, and wisdom. I'm having deja vu. I feel like I read this before in a different book. The man who desires power builds for himself the consciousness of the vain egotist. The man who desires strength, foresight, and wisdom builds for himself the consciousness of power. I feel like I've seen this echoed in books like the Ellipsis Manual. I feel like I've seen this echoed in certain NLP books. I feel like I've heard David Snyder talk about it. Okay, Rosa Flame says it's from the Cosmic Doctrine. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Coop TGS says the waters only get deeper from here, lol. Infanticide occurs in the animal kingdom. I was surprised to find that out. Yes, sir. Everything occurs in the animal kingdom. Everything. You would be surprised. Just the other day, somebody sent me two lions on some Diddy stuff. Two full grown lions, mane and all. Hey, they didn't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. So what does that say? Your strength card. Where we at, man? Where we at? You receive the results of what you have permitted yourself to desire, not the thing. Know the difference, right? Know the difference. Know the difference. Chanted Cottage says, my male dog and my daughter's male dog be getting it. See? Now, you gonna say it's human influence? You gonna say it's how? Ashley Speed says, that's why whenever I hear people call something unnatural, I'm like, Hey, there's a difference between human law and the laws of nature. There's also a difference between what's important and what's not important, or I should say, what's useful and appropriate and what's useless and inappropriate. They didn't see nothing wrong. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. He says, murder? He would never do that. I've known him for 3 days. Cat Williams, that's a permitted belief of others. Right, right. Starlion says, so why do mosquitoes exist? Because you provide them food? Because you provide them food? Your turn. Now you come up with an answer. As above, so below. This entire existence is parasitic. Why wouldn't parasites exist? Everything must feed off of something else living in every conceivable way. How else you gonna get them parasites in your bloodstream? Change your diet, and the mosquitoes won't be a problem. They'll be biting on everybody but you. Mosquitoes don't like my blood. Boom. Enchanted Cottage 3333 says, because my blood is life sustaining, there are mosquitoes. Coop TGS says a book could be written just on the concepts of this page. Highly highlightable. Dang, that's a throwback quote. Highly highlightable. Yeah, man. Thank you. Let's get back to it. Thank you. So yeah, look, if you got this text, meditate on this verse right here. Matter of fact, go back to the previous verse too about karma, 12 and 13. If you have this text, go ahead and mark it down to yourself. Meditate on 12 and 13. You can find the PDF. I promise you. If you want to, you can find the PDF. Copy it, put it into ChatGPT, do whatever you got to do. 12 and 13 have answers for your situation. I'll say it again. Whatever you're going through, I don't care how long you've been going through it, how big and bad it is, the letters in the mail, the phone call, the threats, the false evidence appearing real, you have an answer. You have an opportunity. You have options. You have options. Rosa Flame says 11 too. Coop TGS says this entire existence is parasitic. Matrix 3 by Val Valerian. Okay, I'll stop. You know what? I'm I'm I've had a change of heart. I'm gonna do my best to not gatekeep. Besides, them books right there are too deep. I don't really see anybody reading into them books anyways. But yeah, you're exactly right. This whole thing is parasitic. All right, let me stay focused here. 14. All right, so we've gone through the first 5 deaths. I hope you guys remember. The sixth death is trance, which is akin to physical death and sleep, and thus can be related to the line of the 32nd and 25th paths. The seventh death, dang, so the sixth death is so small that we can jump right to the seventh. It only gets one sentence. The sixth death is trance, which is akin to physical death and sleep, and thus can be related to the line of the 32nd and 25th paths. The seventh death is illumination, which, in that it is a death of the personality, though a living death, is also opposite to the 24th path, this one, but with the difference that the personality lives within the physical world, so that the paths below Tifereth are still functional but controlled from the higher instead of the lower levels by the individuality rather than the personality itself. Right? So that goes back to the question that you asked earlier about when we die, do we still set an intention in motion? When the physical body dies, right, those lower faculties are now cut off. That individual self begins to disintegrate. So the thing is, like, The question is to ask who is setting an intention and where is this intention manifesting. You're no longer attached to the physical plane. Still in the world of result, still in the world of effect, but on a different level. Oh my goodness, man. It always feels so great to go through this information. It really does. Like, it legit feels like this is what I'm supposed to be doing with my time and my energy. Have you ever been engaged in something and you just get this feeling in your heart like this is what I'm supposed to be doing with my energy? You ever felt that? Maybe like cooking or painting or I don't know, just doing something and you get this clear sense in your heart like this right here. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. Jackson says, I was going to ask, can two come together to ascend and not die a little? Look at the terms, right? Look at the terms and conditions. To what? When you say ascend, ascend to where? When he says not die a little, is is there a little dying or is just dying? But I'm gonna assume that you mean like two people, two minds, two individual people. Well, that's the thing. Like when you come together, a third is naturally created. And listen, this doesn't just apply to two people. This applies to anything. This is the concept that we get of egregores, of spirits. When two people come together, even the Bible tells you this, right? Where two or three are gathered in my name, there I am also. When two people come together and really form a connection, something special happens. You get a special spirit that is formed from any relationship. Even if there's somebody that, think about it, you might have this coworker and y'all don't talk at all. Y'all might pass by, um, you might have a little thing that y'all say, right? All right, now, hey, how's it going? All right, little head nod, you know what I'm saying? But y'all do that every single time, and y'all been working together for years, and it's always, all right, now, all right. And it becomes this spirit between y'all. For that brief time that y'all come together, there's a spirit right there. Now, it may not ever evolve into anything past that, or it may, right? Maybe years later, after you don't work there anymore, you might come across that person and something might happen. And you know what I'm saying? But whenever there is a connection between two people, or hell, you know, a pet, an object, at any given moment, when two things form that relationship, a spirit is concentrated. So, in order for that spirit to be concentrated, the two have to cease being two separate things and be one thing. Now, understand this right here. Understand this right here. We're talking about a matter of perspective. Of course, you and that other thing or the group or whatever still exist on your own, but that spirit now has its own independent reality. It has its own independent reality. That's what it's talking about here. So take this all the way up to the higher level. When these two energies, these two cosmic forces, these two cosmic sparks of life, when they form together to make that one, listen, the cosmic spark doesn't ever die, doesn't ever disintegrate or whatever. It's just now realized that on a lower plane, something new has been born. And that's even what it said. That's even what it said. If we were to go back a couple pages, you'll see right there. Matter of fact, let's do it because you don't have the book. Let's go back to what it says about that first death. Wow, we're only like 14 chapters, and that's crazy. The first death is, abstractly stated, the interlinking of two forces so that a vortex is set up, the two forces ceasing to exist as independent movement, but becoming a center of stability, manifesting on a lower plane. So that's it right there. It's a matter of perspective. When two come together, it manifests something, a third new thing on a different plane, on a different plane. The two movements can be said to die to give birth to a unit on a lower plane. Similarly, when this form eventually breaks up or dies, it releases the two forces on a higher plane. So look, it's not permanent. It's not permanent. Just like your existence on this life isn't permanent. Once your physical body dies and your spirit, your soul dissolves, You go back up. You go back up to where you came from. That's why this is all an illusion, because really it didn't even happen. I hope that that adds clarity. Let me know if it does. Frame Star in the building. Peace, peace, my friend. Peace. A little birdie tells me you've been swimming in the abyss. You've been swimming in the abyss. Them Doth realms. Enchanted Cottage 333 says Ecclesiastes says two are better than one, for when there is a threefold cord, it's not easily broken. Hmm. So Jax, Rose of Flame sent you a link. If you can copy that or screenshot it or whatever, that would be great. This is some good stuff, man. Kev Rose, SS God, peace, peace. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Leave that alone. Go sit down. Go sit down. This little puppy wants to play and be active. Sit your butt down. My gnosis says everything back into one. Absolutely. Because the one never stopped being the one. The multiplicity is the illusion. The multiplicity. Be like water. Be like water. Chanted Carter says, you got a new fur baby. My aunt is on a cruise. She's on a cruise in the Bahamas. So I am dog sitting. I dog sit her dog probably like twice a year. And this is that time. Little Twix. His name is Twix. My grandma and that side of the family, they always have these little small Chihuahua type dogs. It's been like that since I was a kid, man. Always a little small, and usually they were little small white Chihuahua, Bichon Frise type dogs. This one's black though. My gnosis said that dog getting some top-notch enlightenment. Must have been good karma in a past life. Yes, yes. One might think that that's egotistical, but I don't care. I believe that all the objects and people that form a relationship with me um, have had good karma in the past. Because, hell, I have. Baxter is a big back. Big back, big back. Hey, big backs have a place in this world. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Permitted. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Look at that. The results of that, they are given the results of that which they have permitted themselves to desire, not the thing they desire. Verse 11, verse 12, verse 13, lock it in. Lock it in. Okay, so the sixth death is trance, which is akin to physical death and sleep, and thus can be related to the line of the 32nd and 25th paths. The seventh death is illumination, which in that is a death of the personality, though a living death, right? And one of the things that Dion Fortune said in the previous book was that the initiate of the mysteries here, you die to the world. You must die to the world so that you can live this knowledge. And isn't that what happens when you really start getting into this stuff? You slowly start to, you know what I'm saying, break off from what everybody else is doing You slowly start to break off because that other stuff just ain't fulfilling anymore. Fat Tony says transformation is a must, right? Rain comes from the clouds, evaporates, and returns. That brings a whole new layer to be like water, don't it? That brings a whole new layer to the quote, be like water. Cosmic big back. Spiritual big back. I'm a metaphysical big back. Big back, big back. That's a funny song, boy. That's a funny song. Mean as hell, too. Kabbalah honey bun. Okay, so the remarks in the Cosmic Doctrine about this condition are quoted at length in chapter 16 of volume 1 of this book, the chapter on Malkuth. For illumination is a manifestation of a small part of the kingdom to come in earth. 15. The ascent of the 24th path, then, is the process of the fifth death. So the ascent up the 24th path is the fifth death. And remember, the fifth death is the death to that illusion wrapped around the soul. When the soul, instead of reflecting God, reflecting the highest, most high, reflecting the spirit up at the top, instead of reflecting that, when it starts to reflect the lower self, when you start to form your soul in the image of your lower self, that's what this death right here specifically is about. Because you got to think about it. That's why you see the Pope here, right? That's why you see the Strength card. That's why you see the Six of Cups. You see the Emperor. That's why you see the Six of Swords. That's why you see the Moon, right? These are all qualities and conditions of what you create your image out of, right? Your system, your structure, your what do you call it when somebody has like, oh, your philosophy, right? That you live life by, the strength, right? The strength. The Bible talks about I become weak so he can be strong. Lean not to your own understanding. Them type of verses. And look at the child, right? Note and really notice, right? The Pope here is begging. This system is begging because it worked. This is exactly what I was talking about in the beginning. When you really get to the top of a certain system of understanding, when you break the barrier and get to the next level, you'll find that everything that you learned don't work in that next level, and you got to start over. So just imagine you've mastered the spiritual stuff, you manifesting left and right, then you die, and that ain't working anymore. If you keep trying your old ways, you're gonna be like this dude, begging on your knees to be popular, just to be popular. Strength, right? To be honest, when I see her, she looked like, whew, finally. Sheesh, I can let go of that lion's jaws, right? I can release that lion, finally. She looks like she gets a chance to breathe. Look at the Six of Cups. The little girl receiving the cup from the older brother or the older dude. She's not scared at all because she's used to this concept of receiving blessings. She's already conditioned in her reality that she's just going to receive, receive, receive. Little princess right here. She ain't scared to death because she knows that she's about to receive another blessing. Look, the emperor, the first one to lay down, he done, done. That masculine, see, so look, death is a very feminine energy card. That masculine energy of the emperor laid down, laid down. The Six of Wands back there, excuse me, Six of Swords, crossing that river, Styx, crossing the river. The moon back here, it's just going to repeat and recycle. This is an illusion. Don't trust what you see. Looking like the Knight of Pentacles here. Slow and steady winning this race. Auntie Karen, what do you see? What do you see when you think about these figures, these different figures on the card, and their response, their reaction to this process of transformation? Especially when we talk about that fifth death, when your soul when you taught your soul, your higher self, to wear the clothes of your lower self, instead of allowing your soul to be and reflecting through you. Just to be popular. Ooh, okay, that's nice. Coop TGS has including all four fixed signs. Perhaps the skeleton is the Aquarius man on the other side. I like that. I like that. I can ride with that. So we got Taurus, we got Leo. I mean, technically Scorpio. I don't know. We'll make it make sense. Maybe it's just three of the fixed signs. I wonder what that would indicate. Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Because the rider's actually Scorpio. Or maybe maybe the whole card is Scorpio. I don't know. It's something to think about though. Something to think about. We know for sure we got Taurus and Leo and Scorpio. Framestar says, "Can I ask you, Trav, as a father, whether you felt this sense of regeneration and returning to the one after the birth of your son, being indivisible with the all and enveloping of the void?" Um, no, no. To be honest, I did say this actually earlier on in the video. Um, Obviously, I wasn't at the level I'm at now, but when my son was born, the first thing I said to him was an apology for bringing him here. To be honest, as soon as he came out, it was an apology for bringing him to this place. But even at the same time, I understood that he was light encased in flesh. I'll never forget that. Or who knows, maybe that was my reaction to this sense of regeneration and returning to the one. Maybe I have an inner lament for incarnating in the first place. Maybe that was me talking to myself, but that's the truth of it. Kevin Wise says, "Aren't those two towers in the back where the sun is at?" Yes, just like on the Moon Tarot card. Rosa Flame says, "Coop, Aquarius could be the pouring of the waterfall." See, I like this, man. I like this. We're analyzing this card in depth, really, to pull out the symbols. This is how you read this stuff. Awesome, everybody. Awesome. Ashley says, "I love that take on the strength character. Never considered that." Yeah. Enchanted Cottage 333 says, "Man, I never thought of the death card in this way." Isn't it amazing? Because all the signs and symbols are always in front of us. No matter how many times we look at them, we don't see them until we see them. That's what I'm saying. Like, I could really just do this shit forever. 1111. 1111. Just to be popular. I told him straight up, "Hey, I love you and everything, but my bad. My bad. I'll do better next time." But I was one who was very conditioned by culture, by my family, my parents. Oh, you got to continue your legacy, and you got to have a child. I did all that shit for my parents, and you know what? My parents don't even have a relationship with my child. It's not their fault. It's my baby mama has her own drama and beef. But yeah, it's ironic, man. I did all this for an illusion. I thought that as a man, I'm supposed to have a family and gotta have a child to continue the legacy. What legacy, man? What legacy? You know what brainwash I fell into? My father named me after him, so I had to name my son after him to continue the. What legacy, dude? It's just a name. And you wanna know something? I'm nothing like my dad, and my son definitely ain't like my dad. So what's the legacy? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all ego stuff. And we have no choice to be brought up under someone else's ideals, but we do have a choice whether or not we're going to continue to push someone else's narrative. I'll let my son be whoever he is. Right? See, I grew up with not in my house, not in my house. Just to be popular, popular. Sell her soul to be popular. I only know this music because of Fortnite. Sometimes I don't even know who the hell sings these songs. For the culture, peace, peace. For the culture. Yeah, man. Fuck society. Do what you're put here to do. And the only way that you're going to find that out is by being still, listening to your spirit, listening to your soul, listening to yourself, drowning out these voices that are telling you what you should be doing. Based on what? Someone else's unfulfilled dreams? Rosa Flame says, I wasn't allowed to have long hair because I couldn't be a hippie, but I was a metalhead. LOL. Right, right. Me too. We had to get our hair cut down to that little box fade. Same box fade. Me and all my brothers. We had a box fade with the rat tail in the back. Beaded up rat tail, believe it or not. Yeah, you ain't never seen no shit like that. Sharp, squared box with a beaded rat tail in the back. Boy, I tell you. With matching outfits. Me and my three brothers. Matching outfits. I always wanted to grow my hair long. But anyways, let's get back to this. Yeah, that's that military shit right there. But it was, you know what I'm saying? It was part of the training, part of the education. Residual karma, also. Residual karma. Dang, you went way back, Fat Tony. You went it wrong with it. Yeah, man. Hey, man, we actually had Soldier Boy comment on that video, I believe, before he was like big. Back when YouTube was really wild, wild west, man. See, been doing this thing for a minute. Had Soldier Boy comment on that video. I got to screenshot it. My notes says, I know about that red tail with matching outfits with brothers. Yeah, man. Matching short set. Sheesh. All right, let's get back to it, man. Let's get back to it. Just to be popular. Okay, so 15. The ascent of the 24th path then is the process of the fifth death, the death of the personality. Whether this be consequent upon physical death or whether it be a part of that greater death, the death of initiation. In the former case, the personality ceases to exist. And in the latter case, the personality still exists and functions in the world, though not for its own ends, but for the ends of the individuality. That's important. Wherein the center of consciousness is now situated. So there's the exact answer for the question that you asked, Coop. TGS. There's the exact answer for. So, well, yeah, you already read this book, so you're probably asking that to have the rest of us think in that direction, which is the best way to teach, right? The best way to teach isn't just to tell people things, but to help them come to the answer. That's what education literally means, in case you didn't know. Education, what's the root word of education? Educo, educe, to pull out from within. You literally have the answers within you. You just have to ask the right questions. You just have to ask the right questions to educe the answer from you. So let's see what that said one more time, because this is like the goal for what we're doing on this earth as occultists, as initiates, right? And this is dying before you die right here. This is walking that 24th path, dying before you die. The ascent of the 24th path, then, is the process of the fifth death, the death of the personality, which is the lower self. Whether this be consequent upon physical death, right? It's going to happen either way. Now, what do they say? Get down or lay down. You going to die when your body dies, or you can go ahead and transform while you're still alive. You got a choice. You got a choice. The death of the initiation. In the former case, the personality ceases to exist, right? That's your physical death. And in the latter case, the personality still exists and functions in the world, so you're still walking in the world, though not for its own ends, but for the ends of the individuality, the higher self, wherein the center of consciousness is now situated. So what happens here with this work, a result of this work really doing it, what happens is that your consciousness slowly migrates from the lower self to the higher self. What does that look like? Shit, man. You seen it. And it's very possible. It's very possible for you if that's what you want. Now, I'm gonna tell you straight up, it's a process and a state that must be sustained. It's a state that must be sustained. When you see like these gurus in India or these great teachers, you know what I'm saying? Once you hit that level, you have to maintain that level. But here's the thing, that shouldn't be a problem because you've readjusted your life and your consciousness and your mind in such a way that it is sustainable, right? You can break through and hit that point, being addicted to McDonald's and other things. But when you reach that point of becoming one with your higher self early, what the point of that is to show you what you're capable of so that you can catch up and do all the work so that you can stay in that point. I hope that makes sense. My notes says one of the yoga books I've been reading said, "You don't have free will. All you have is the freedom to identify with the mind body complex or the self soul." You know what, man? That's funny. That's funny because I said something similar to that a little bit earlier when we were reading about this. When we were reading about the fifth death, that free will is not whether or not you want Welch's grape juice or Welch's apple juice. That's not the free will because that's coming from the memory and the likes and the dislikes. The free will is going to be your decision to allow the higher self to influence you or to not. That's the free will. And that kind of echoes what you said. You don't have free will. All you have is the freedom to identify with the mind body soul complex, the mind body complex, or the self soul. Boom. That's it right there. So you came in and you confirmed it for me personally. You confirmed it for me personally because that shit came through to me 2 pages ago. Wild, bro. Wild. See, we thought free will was who you gonna vote for. Are you leftist or are you what's the other one? Liberal. We thought that was free will. We thought free will was free Palestine, free Iraq, or whatever. Nah, buddy. All that stuff is like and dislike and selfish. All of it. What free will actually is, are you this body or are you this soul? And go ahead and tell you most people ain't nowhere close to thinking on that level. Trump is gonna save us. Fuck Trump and fuck Elon. You don't know these people. Shut up. You don't know these people. You don't know nothing about them. All you know is what somebody posted, their interpretation on your phone. You don't know. Deal with your deal with your wife or husband, deal with your boss, deal with your kids. That's what you need to be worried about. Deal with your kids, co-workers, family members. You worry about the wrong things, the wrong things. But we don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that. Bro, I can't use Twitter. I can't. The the toxicity there it was sickening. I had to leave that app. I don't even want to get into it, man. Just these people are so polarized and they can't see that they are literally being what they claim to be against. They are literally expressing the same behavior that they claim to be against. They're just doing it from a different angle. It's wild, man. Wild. Wild. But anyways, free will, the death of the body or the death of the personality, you choose. Don't you just love it when you're like, when you make a post or if you're reading a post and here comes that jackass that chimes in trying to make it political? Oh, here's your average Trump supporter. Here's your average Biden voter. Shut up. Nobody said anything about politics till you brought your stank ass up in the comment section. Boy, oh boy. Don't get me started on this, man. We got to get through this. We got to get through this. Just to be popular. Starline says, and here I was trying to find you on X the other day. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. It ain't worth it. I only open up that app for one thing. It ain't got nothing to do with. Chris Castro says, I don't believe in free will. Everything has already been decided, in my opinion. Hey, I agree with you. I ain't even gonna fight with you. Framestar Film says, with it being summer solstice, there's no better time to die. Amen. Amen. Metaphorically speaking, solve et coagula. That's right, right? We pay attention to the moon a lot, and I always personally do my rituals according to the moon. Let's not forget the solar influence now. This is a peak time. It's a peak time. I mean, if you feel called to do so, can somebody tell me where the moon is? I don't ask that question. I'll grab my book. I'll grab my book. Just to be popular. Puppy. So you want a treat, don't you? You know what? I got something. Yeah. My aunt trained her little dogs to spin in circles for cashews. So I'm gonna make them spin in a circle for a cashew. All right, where were we? I got my 2025 moon sign book. Let's see what it says. June the 21st. We're on that solstice. Wait a minute now. Uh-oh. So 21st, Saturday, Taurus. Boom, right there. Taurus. And it will be in Taurus until tomorrow evening around this time. Cool. Cool beans. Have you guys been studying the effect of the moon on yourself? I know when the moon gets in Gemini, my sun and moon sign, I usually get pretty creative, have some great ideas. So I'm looking forward to that. What's popping tonight? Jack says the moon is waning crescent. New moon is on the 24th. Awesome, awesome. Sly says moon is conjunct Venus right now in second decan of Taurus. Okay, okay. Conjunct Venus, right? That's also something to play in. Coop TGS says there's an interesting correspondence between the Death card and the Hierophant card. Check out what Crowley has to say on the Hierophant card. Somebody heard it? I don't know, something about this, his little smile maybe. Is this in the Book of Thoth? Coop TGS? I'll make a note of that. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, after building my dream self, future lifestyles, and everything, I told ChatGPT to roast me. That, my friend, was therapeutic after. I told it to roast Travis Mages, LOL. I had some good laughs. Oh, man. GPT's done me dirty once or twice, but I can only imagine. Wait a minute now. Uh-oh. Chris Castro says, why do people feel the need to have to name the Lord of this universe? Lord of the universe works for me. Hey, if it works, work it. If it works, work it. I like to think of it as, you can have a box of 6 crayons with the 6 colors: red, blue, green, orange, yellow, black, white, whatever. You can also have the 64 pack, and you got a whole bunch of variations in between. That's how I like to look at it. Slices of the same frequency. Framestar says, does the skeleton in armor on the card belong to the Fool? Hmm. Hmm. Coop TGS says, yeah, Book of Thoth. He says there's something slightly sadistic in the Hierophant's grin. Relevant lessons for the path. Well, who knows? If we have time, I might pull that up. I know I've got that book lying around here somewhere. Yeah, if we have time, I might look that up. Chris Castro says, I just realized the death card has a wrecked version of the Pope about to get fucked up. Keep looking. You will see at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other cards in there as well. Absolutely. You'll see about 5 other cards there too. All right, so where were we? All right, so yeah, the center of consciousness moving up to the higher self, right? That's dying to this world so that the physical body can be a vessel for the soul. That's where we left off. The center of individuality, consciousness, Kabbalistically speaking, is in Tifereth. And the face of the Father, which is referred to, is, in one sense, the image of the Spirit in heaven. That is Kether and the supernal triangle. There is, of course, the abyss dividing the archetypal and creative worlds of spiritual consciousness from the formative world of individuality consciousness. So it might be truer to say that the image gazed upon is really the individuality's higher ideas of what the spirit is. Interesting. So you have an idea of what your soul is, and that's what we work on. Well, the soul has an idea of what the spirit is. Interesting. We should place this image in our symbological analysis in chesed, or perhaps doth, though this level, astride the abyss, is relatively formless. Okay, so of course, if you know about the tree, you know that chesed is the one sephirah just outside of the abyss, just outside of doth. Once you cross over that, you're into the supernal triad, the three primary uh, expressions of existence. And since the abyss is what separates incarnation from ultimate reality, we got that deep chasm, right? This infinite amount of space. It's like us looking up into space and there's something on the other side, right? Let's say that we're looking out into space and there's something on the other side, not just something, but what we know of as God. Like literally, let's say that we are looking up into the blackness of space and we know beyond a shadow of a doubt there is this ultimate cosmic life known as God, but we can't see it because it's so freaking far away. And we're speaking in physical terms. We know it's there, but we can't see it. So what we do is we create an idea in our head to represent that. That's what we have to do. We create an idea in our head to represent it. And that's the same thing that's happening here, what he's talking about as far as the soul, right? Because the soul is still under the abyss too. This higher self, it's still up under the abyss. So when it comes to spirit, Kether, we really don't know. First of all, Kether is described as not being able to be described. That's not an image that's very easy to wrap our heads around. So the abyss dividing the archetypal and creative worlds of spiritual consciousness from the formative world of individuality consciousness. So it might be truer to say that the image gazed upon is really the individuality's higher ideas of what the spirit is. We should place this image in our symbological analysis in chesed, or perhaps doth, though this level astride the abyss is relatively formless. 16. It must be borne in mind, of course, that at these levels, there is no image as we understand the term. Remember that the higher up you go at the tree, this whole concept of having an image, something to look at, that stops actually pretty early on. That stops actually pretty early on. Like past this etheric plane, lower astral, past that portion of existence, there's nothing to see because we're dealing with straight vibration. So it must be borne in mind, of course, that these levels, there is no image as we understand the term. For any level above Had, look how low that is on the tree. Malkuth, Yesod, Had, right? You ain't even at Tiferet yet. For any level above Hod has neither shapes nor forms in the sense that we, with our time and space conditioned consciousness, usually understand the terms. The image is therefore more a kind of intuition. So, this right here is another example of what I was saying before. The equipment that you work with, you're going to have to leave it behind the higher up you go because the same rules don't apply up there. Stop it. Sit down somewhere. Go to bed. The image is, therefore, more a kind of intuition of what is right or wrong for that individuality. Keep that in mind, right? Because you say, oh, I went to the astral plane, or I had a dream that I ascended the tree, I went up, da 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 da. Anything that you're seeing is right just outside the bridge of Yesod. Because you can say that Yesod would represent the etheric plane, this realm of imagination and fantasy and all the cool stuff we fantasize about. And just behind that is the lower astral, just behind that. But after that, there's the room for error begins to diminish. The room for lie and deception and deceit and all that stuff begins to diminish. This whole concept of evil spirits and demons and enemies, that doesn't go up the tree. That's not up the tree. That all stays down here with your body and your thoughts and beliefs about the body and the world. And if you did your homework, right, you have strengthened your discernment because the virtue of Malkuth is what? Discernment, the ability to slice down the middle between what's useful and appropriate and what's useless and inappropriate, right from wrong, what's good for you and what's not good for you. Coop TGS says, Trav, the higher up the tree, no concrete images. When I think of the highest, I think of no image but a sensation. You use a unicorn or lotus. I agree, but is this a paradox? I honestly am fuzzy on this. Absolutely. It is a paradox. Yes. Yes, you're right. Now, the whole thing doesn't change. The higher up we go, there is no image, there's no form. However, the way the subconscious mind works, right? We utilize symbols to point us in a direction, to point us in a direction. Now, in my mind, in my head, in my cosmology, I have certain symbols that are tuned to point my focus in a direction. So when my attention goes in this direction, unicorn, white rose, clear diamond crystal, when my mind goes in that direction, I know what direction I'm headed towards. I don't expect to see a unicorn. I don't expect to see white roses and diamonds. That's what I'm using as like training wheels. As you know, when NASA has that rocket ship blasting off into space, and it needs those thrusters to escape Earth's gravity, and as soon as those things are no longer useful and appropriate, they fall right on off. But the ship keeps on going in that direction. That's what it's all about. The unicorn isn't God, but it's the symbol that I use to point me in the right direction. And I know that once I leave the gravity of Earth during my meditation, I'm in the right direction. All these symbols are inherently meaningless. You give it meaning. Pork Hill, peace, peace. Thank you, Enchanted Cottage. If you enjoy this content, show Travis some love. His Cash App is LVX777. So it must be borne in mind, of course, that at these levels, there is no image as we understand the term. For any level above Hod has neither shapes nor forms in the sense that we, with our time and space conditioned consciousness, usually understand the terms. The image is therefore more a kind of intuition of what is right or wrong for that individuality. If the image is wrong or distorted, the individuality will, of course, be attempting to mold itself on a pattern not in conformity with the spirit which originally projected and still projects it. That's key right there. That's key right there. This image is therefore more a kind of intuition of what is right and what is wrong for the individuality, the higher self. And how do you know what's right and what's wrong for the higher self? How do you know what's right and wrong for your higher self? You tell me. You got to spend time in the trenches, man. You got to spend time on these spiritual streets. You can't do it from the couch, nose buried in a book only. You need to get in that meditation, get quiet, lean on the spirit, right? Ask the soul, trust, faith, that type of shit. Walk out on faith, not foolishly, but allow spirit to move in your life. Allow this, right? The Bible says, lean not to your own understanding. Lean not to your own understanding. So, what does that look like practically, right? In an everyday real life scenario? Well, look, we all go through conflict in our lives. Most of the time, we solve the conflict with our ego. We solve it based on whatever worked before, right? Well, I, I did this before and it worked. Even though I don't like it, it's a solution, so I'll go with it because I don't want to rock the boat or do anything different. But sometimes there's an opportunity for you to walk on faith and say, you know what? I know that if I do X, Y, Z, I'm going to get that result, but I want a different result. And I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to trust my soul and I'm going to listen and I'm going to allow intuition to guide me in the right direction. And doing that is an invitation. Your soul is like, oh, wow, okay. They're actually waking up. They're actually expanding their options. Let's see if we can work something out. And it's like a little dance. One step forward, one step back. One step forward, you get carried a step. Test that out. Okay, I'm comfortable with, you know what I'm saying? You learn how to move through without getting anxiety, without getting fear. You develop that relationship with your higher self, and the relationship gets stronger, more bold, to the point where now you looking at some crazy shit happening, but you're not affected at all because you know that your higher self, that what you have in your corner is stronger than anything you're facing. You're able to face some shit that will make people crumble under the pressure immediately. You ever seen somebody crumble under pressure immediately? Remember years ago they had that show called, I think it was Scared Straight, where they sent these kids who were, not doing too good. They'd send them to prison and they'd let the prisoners intimidate them. It was one episode where there was this dude, he was supposed to be all tough and whatnot. The prisoner told him, come here. And then the dude had to go up and sit with the prisoners, and they're all surrounding him, talking all in his ear. Your name, Bridget. What's your name? My name, Bridget. He immediately broke under pressure, immediately folded. You ever see somebody fold immediately? And of course, you're watching, shit, that wouldn't have been me. I'd have done X, Y, Z. I'd have done this, that, and the third. Life shows all of us situations and opportunities to flex our spiritual muscles. But what most people do is they fold. They crumble under that pressure right away. Sometimes, if you stand your spiritual ground and allow the spirit to move, trust the process, right? Listen to intuition. Sometimes, when you do that, you start to trigger manifestation to happen on your behalf. I know somebody here's done that before. I am Ku. Peace. I am Ku says, yo, Trav, not to get off topic, I DM you about a consultation if they're available. Absolutely. All right, I'll get back with you. Chanted Cottage 333 says meditation is hanging out with the soul. Precisely. Coop TGS says, for anyone feeling like shit, I was you. Choose to meditate every day for just a year. At the end, you may still feel like shit, but you just did something amazing very few people are tapped in or disciplined to do. Discipline is rewarding in a way only the you a year from now can appreciate. Solid. And I'll even add that if you meditate every day for a year, I don't think you'd be feeling like shit after that year. I think after a month or two, you will start to honestly, dude. Meditation can transform depression for sure, for sure. All right, don't fold under the pressure. Walk with your spirit. Learn the voice of your spirit so that when challenge and adversity and pressure rears its ugly head, your first instinct isn't to crumble, but to stand up. You got to speak to reality because it's alive. This is where spiritual authority comes into play. Most people just take what they're given. And if you don't like that, that's not what you want, do something different. You might not have all the answers, you might not know how to do it, but you got to start somewhere. Poison ivy. So the image is therefore more a kind of intuition of what is right or wrong for that individuality. If the image is wrong or distorted, the individuality will, of course, be attempting to mold itself on a pattern not in conformity with the spirit which originally projected and still projects it. This false image or eidolon, as it is more usually called in this context, is at the root of original sin. Think about that, right? Think about that. This false image, this wrong information. And you know what? Even yoga talks about this. Even yoga talks about this. The actual impurity, the impurity is when consciousness believes that it is matter. When consciousness identifies with matter, that's the impurity. So earlier we talked about Tattva Shuddhi and Chakra Shuddhi. I said Shuddhi means purification and cleansing. Well, when you're purifying the chakras and purifying the tattvas, what you're doing is you're remembering that consciousness is consciousness, not matter. And that right there is also the root of the original sin. Adam and Eve in the garden. This false image, or eidolon, as it is more usually called in this context, is at the root of original sin. The spirit is perfect, but when the eidolon is projected, the image of itself that will be used as a pattern for the vehicles of denser manifestation. If that eidolon is distorted, demiurge, the word demiurge pops up. Didn't we talk about the demiurge earlier on? When this eidolon is projected, the image of itself that will be used as a pattern for the vehicles of denser manifestation, if that eidolon is distorted, then the inevitable results are sin, evil, and disease because it's imperfect, it's incomplete. And the cause of distortion of the eidolon in almost all cases is reluctance to manifest, or in other words, fear of pain. Us Gemini, when I was talking about being stuck in planning mode, that analysis paralysis, just planning it out, brainstorming, but not actually taking any action. Really, what that is fear of pain, fear of failure. One true God is peace. One true Goddess says we think we exist and therefore we suffer. Boom. Boom. 17. An analogy may make this clearer. It is as if the spirit originally coming into manifestation were like a gymnast about to do a double somersault, say, over a vaulting horse. So here's the analogy. As if a spirit, the spirit itself, right, the highest level of yourself, originally coming into manifestation, so that highest level of yourself coming down into manifestation, that's like a gymnast about to do a double somersault over a vaulting horse. So you got this horse, and you got this gymnast that's about to do a double somersault over this horse, right? That's your spirit coming down into the physical plane. There is negligible danger involved given self confidence, right? So there's nothing to really be afraid of with the self confidence. And where does self confidence come from? You've practiced this, you've trained, you know what you're doing, right? So you're a gymnast, you know what you're doing, you're about to perform this double somersault over this horse. With the self confidence, you're good. Sure, you know what I'm saying, if you did something wrong, you get hurt, but you're not going to do anything wrong because you're well trained. Chigayo, peace. Chigayo says, love this. Bye, Travis. We'll catch the replay. Thank you. Aw, thank you for popping in. Peace, peace to you. Dimensional legend, peace, peace. Jack says, I've been opening this cocoon for 3 years, to be honest. Still feels like I just started. And that's all right. That's all right because it's not about the length of time, it's about the intensity. So a lot of people are like, oh, I've been doing this for X amount of years. Well, this isn't like a physical skill. It doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. What matters is how deep you're going when you're doing it. You could have been doing this for 50 years, but if you've only been surface level, that's all you are. Sure, you've collected some patterns, but it's about depth. Relic, peace, peace. So let's talk about this, right? So the spirit coming into manifestation is just like this acrobat about to do this double somersault over the horse. You know what you're doing, you're confident, so you're not afraid. Sure, if you do something wrong, you get hurt, but like I said, you're not going to do anything wrong because you've been training for this. So check this out. But on the run up, our gymnast loses confidence. So imagine he's running up to do it, and then you lose confidence before you jump. You ever been in a situation like that? But on the run up, our gymnast loses confidence, suddenly imagining what might happen to him if his foot slipped, or someone had removed the mat from the other side, or if he caught his head on the top of the horse, or if the springboard didn't work. And as a result of this misuse of the imagination, which should be concentrated on the task in hand in an assertive and creative way, he leaps half heartedly. Damn. This produces the inevitable result. He does not clear the horse, and maybe dislocates his neck, or breaks a wrist or an ankle, or perhaps sundry ribs into the bargain. Yikes, right? Yowzer. This is, more or less, the reason for chaos in the world today. But yeah, let's wrap up that metaphor, right? So, like I said, you've done this before, you practiced, you trained. But if you go out into the field and all of a sudden you're focusing all your brain power on the doubt, on the what ifs and the maybes, and oh my God, they're gonna drop a missile, we're all gonna blow up. AI is gonna take all of our jobs. Oh no. They're doing this and that. This is gonna happen. Oh no. When you're focusing your power on all that stuff, which by the way is fed to you in hearty servings, hearty helpings for free. And then you know what they say, if it's for free, then you are the price. You are the product. Focus, eye on the prize, and stay there. Eye on the prize, stay there. This is more or less the reason for chaos in the world today. For to pursue our athletic analogy, it is not as if each spirit in its fall entered itself alone, but all humanity being interlinked. The fall of one involves the fall of all, much as if a group of athletes formed a human pyramid on a tightrope. If one should lose his nerve and fall, all would fall. Though in the case of the human fall, none were blameless. Some may have fallen first, but all the others followed, and needlessly so. So confusion became worse and worse confounded. So whatever happened in the beginning, man, somebody that's that whole serpent in the garden, right? Whispering to Eve. Somewhere in the beginning, we believed a lie. We believed something that wasn't true. And that caused us to lower our vibration. And that kept happening. It kept happening. And now we have what we have today. Now we have what we have today. And that's how it also perpetuates, right? That's how it also perpetuates. 19. The solution does not lie in seeking scapegoats. One who led others astray is not more to blame than those who followed, right? So let's go ahead and you can get rid of the blaming shit because that doesn't really do anything for you. You can blame anybody and anything, but that doesn't fix the freaking problem. Who cares? What are we doing now? Oh, it's because of the music, and oh, it's because they doing this, the government, they done did that. So what? What are we doing next? The solution does not lie in seeking scapegoats. One who led others astray is not more to blame than those who followed. Had they not followed, he could not have led. I say that too, right? You know, my brothers might complain about, man, why are they doing this with the music and the media and look at what they're da 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 da. And my answer is always, somebody asked for that. The people want this. That's why you're seeing what you're seeing. That's why you're hearing what you're hearing with the music. Oh, this is trash. This is garbage. Well, guess what? There's thousands of people with garbage taste and garbage desires. So it doesn't matter who's to blame. It's not about the scapegoat, right? We talked about the scapegoat a week ago. If anything, the scapegoat is your friend. If anything, right? The devil shows you what needs to be worked on, what needs to be fortified, what needs to be strengthened, right? Right? Yellow. For whom the bell tolls, time marches on, on. That was the first song that I ever performed live. I was a bass player back then. I gotta find that photo. So, the solution does not lie in seeking scapegoats. One who led others astray is not more to blame than those who followed. Had they not followed, he could not have led. Similarly, it takes more than one to make a tyrant. A tyrant could not exist did not others bow themselves to his tyranny, right? Listen, I don't give a shit about the politics and the weather. But if you're complaining about Trump, don't forget to complain that there's thousands of people who voted, maybe more. I don't know the numbers, don't care. This is why the universe, this is why manifestation in this world is perfect, because there are energies, frequencies, and patterns that must be expressed in nature, and she will find a way to express them. It has nothing to do with you. You observe, right? You observe. It has its effect or not, and it continues. Whatever is manifesting in the world right now is because nature requires it. Prakriti requires it, or I should say, consciousness requires it. The cycles of consciousness. They impregnate Prakriti and she gives birth to what we have. So rejoice. Rejoice. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Whatever it is you don't like about the world, you got to find a higher aspect of understanding to realize that it's here for a reason. It is expressing itself for a reason. Anyway, so in the words of John Donne, never sinned to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Right? Don't worry about what time it is. It's now. On The Sims 4, right? Because you know I love that game so much. You can work for the Grim Reaper, right? So they got this new pack called newer pack called Life and Death. You could actually get a job working for the Grim Reaper, and everybody has a tablet, and the tablet tells you, you know, who to go take. So you get your tablet, get your orders, go out, reap them, bring them back, send them to the other side. The Grim Reaper has this like special tablet with everybody's date on it. And if you ask the Grim Reaper to see his tablet, you see your name at the top of the list. It doesn't matter when or who. If you ask to see his tablet, your name's at the top of the list. And your time is coming soon. So you got to do everything you can basically before you die. And that's what that quote makes me think of. Never sin to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Don't worry about that. One cannot set others to rights without first restoring the true pattern or eidolon within him oneself. You don't fix the world externally. Those of you who want to save the world, it's not about fighting anything or anybody on the outside. You got to fix yourself first. That's how you save the world. What the Bible say about the speck in the neighbor's eye and the 2x4 in your eye? Hmm. Is anybody out there listening to me? Dang, I feel it, man. I feel it. For Bobby to have to ask that question, he felt like them words was going over everybody's head. Imagine you giving a lecture about some hot shit, and you realize these folks ain't even listening. Is anybody out there listening to me? Dang, dude. My favorite Bobby Hemmett quotes, I can't find. I wish I would have bookmarked them. That one, and the one where he goes, Jesus, 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 Jesus. Oh, Jesus, 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 Jesus. I cannot find them two videos. For whom the bell tolls, time marches on, on. FDSA says, read the Greening of America book. It talks about a revolution by consciousness was coming. That book was made in the 70s. Relic says, you got to stop thinking like a human and start thinking like a god. Bobby Hemmett. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jack says, Relic, I'm punching myself as soon as I see myself out of this simulation for trapping me here. Hey. Or hell, you might give yourself a hug. Who knows? Or you might rub smooth, bald heads. Who knows what'll happen? The real Coupe de Villain says, if you ain't thinking crazy, you ain't thinking at all. Bobby Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett. Is anybody out there listening to me? One cannot set others to rights without first restoring the true pattern or eidolon within oneself. 20. The way that each has come on the way of evolution is different from the way that each should have come. There is the true way of destiny and the deviated way of karma. Ooh. Fortunately, one does not have to retrace one's steps back to primal beginnings and start all over again. The way each has come is the way each has come. And as the original deviation was brought about by a refusal to accept the way back to the path of destiny of each one is achieved by making that acceptance now. Accepting the way that one has come and everyone else has come, and accepting that one is and what everyone else is, and accepting the way that one has to go and the way everyone else has to go without fear of pain or attempts to dodge pain, that's a big one, or attempted propitiation to avoid pain, one's own or others. Stop. Look at that last sentence. A lot of what we do to keep ourselves living in a lie, right? And liars don't want to hear this, right? Looking at you, looking at you. You don't want to hear this. A lot of what we do is to avoid pain. We will do anything and everything to run from that. Don't stop running. Accepting the way that one has come and everyone else has come, and accepting what one is and what everyone else is, and accepting the way that one has to go and the way everyone else has to go, right? Accepting all that without fear of pain, without fear of pain, without attempts to dodge pain, without attempted propitiation to avoid pain, your pain or other people's pain. We got to stop sugarcoating it for other people and especially ourselves. Stop it. That's where a lot of this is where the illusion is coming from. This is where a lot of our blockages are coming from. We don't want the truth. What did R. Kelly say? You don't want to believe the truth. You don't want to believe it. Right? We don't want it. Look, what do you think he's doing right there? He's trying to propitiate, right? You got to accept. You got to accept. And the sooner you do that, the better off you will be. Don't be afraid of death, man. Try everything in your power to remove that fear of death. Sure, nobody wants to feel pain. Nobody wants to feel that pain. I get it. I don't want to feel the pain. But I'm not talking about the pain. I'm talking about the death. Because the pain don't last long. After the pain is over with, it's the transition. Are you really scared of death? Because it's like, if you have a connection with your soul, I don't see how you could still be scared of death. Because you know that that's not, like, you're not going to snuff out like a light. And even if you do, is that so bad? Like, did you really think about death? Even if it was just a snuffing out, is that really so bad? So what? Okay, game over. No more bills to pay, right? No more constipation. No more getting sick, coughing and wheezing. No more looking at dumb shit. No more hearing dumb shit. Shit, peace. You get that. Man, look, the more that I really think about this, no matter what the scenario is, death does not sound bad. It don't sound bad. Maybe you just float throughout the universe, looking at the beautiful stars and cosmos nebulas. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you become a force of nature. Maybe you become gravity. You start pulling shit down. Is death really scary? It's not, dude. Like, I can't. Somebody please tell me what is scary about death. And not even to sound cool and like, oh yeah, we not scared of death in here. I don't care about none of that shit. This is something that we all have to face. Every single one of you and me. We all face it. And my little dog too. That's a good point. I am Ku says, I think it's more or so people fear leaving before handling their family or loved ones. I get it, right? I get it. Of course, you do what you can. Do what you can and also accept that, hey, there's only so many things you can control. And that range is very small. Of course, do what you can, but ultimately, outside of what you can do, it's none of your business. Everyone has their own life and their own path as well. And the same way your spirit, your soul looking over you is looking over them too. We all want to be the hero. And how much of this is selfishness? Thinking that it's our duty to save everyone else and make sure everybody else is good. Like, some of that is selfishness. Putting yourself in the middle of the picture. There's some people, like, I don't know your story, but there's some people who, because we're taking care of them, we're halting their growth. We're stagnating their growth because we take care of them so much. I'm talking about grown adults, not kids. It's grown adults that we uh, give them an easy life, and they're not evolving because of that. Sometimes things need to be taken away for growth to happen. Attachment, man, attachment. We are all made of stars. Coop TGS says birth and death are an illusion, as Swami Vivekananda said. Absolutely. Absolutely. I ain't worried about it. Death can come for me at any time. I am ready, ready. Death gonna see me with open arms. Let's go. Grim Reaper in the corner. I ain't finna be scared. It'll be like, oh, I guess it's that time. Time for that sleep, sleep. Rose of Flame says, I'm more focused on life than tripping on death. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Dimensional Legend says it will still sucks if people still attached to their body after people died for eternity at that grave. Their soul is unfinished. I'd imagine you'd get used to it after a while. You know, there'd have to be some kind of reorganization of how you experience, because you can't do things the same way. You ain't got the body to do it. Relic says, I'm glad I only live once because I ain't doing this shit again. Hey, who knows? This might be the 9 millionth time. Framestar Film says, being born is waking up having never woken up before, and dying is just sleeping, having never really slept before. Noisy life. Back streets, back. All right. Okay, let's try to continue Travis Mages with less side notes. We got a few more pages to go. Rosa Flame says, don't get me wrong, take death and the afterlife into serious consideration. Just not so much so you get preoccupied from the life you should be living. Yes, yes, good advice, good advice. I remember that my perspective was a little bit different in terms of I've been through the stage of being preoccupied with death, and I've been through a stage of being preoccupied with life. And I personally have come to a stage where, you know, it is what it is. Do what you can with what you got. And if you can't do it, then hey, it is what it is. No tears, no crying over spilled milk, etc. ad nauseum. Isaac Flores, peace and greetings. All right, I'll do my best without any more side comments. because we going on 4 hours. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, honestly, I hate the idea of dying from a freak accident. So do you hate the pain aspect of it, or do you hate the fact that you don't have control over the time? Or is it something else? Relic says you hate it, but you ain't gonna remember it anyway. Won't remember anyway. I can go with the flow. Don't say it doesn't matter anymore. I used to love that song. And you believe it in your head. Now, verse 21. Now, this, this does not mean scorning anesthetics or lacerating oneself into a frenzy of masochistic remorse. It means that one must seek out what one's true will is and do it, irrespective of whether it is convenient or not. Once one's true will is found, to implement it will require change, and change is always painful, or always appears so. But by accepting change in oneself or in others, and accepting the pain that might come with it, one is taking steps to do what one refused to do in the beginning of manifestation, to accept fully the conditions of the universe of the Father, which is based upon change and upon the bringing of spiritual principles right down to solid earth, without compromise, without regard for convenience, without the dishonesty of suppressing one's own ideas for fear of offending others. It's a sin. It's a sin to censor yourself like that. That's why it hurts so much to do it. That's why it hurts so much to do it. Relic says, I don't believe we see our loved ones that have died, as much as I wish that was true. You know, is that really necessary though? Is it really useful or appropriate? Whatever happens, happens. Whatever doesn't, doesn't. Appreciate what you have in the moment. Consider your ancestors and friends in the moment. But who knows? Who knows? I'm of the opinion that this imagination, this etheric body, will retain some of this manifestation ability, even if it is an illusion. I think we'll have the ability to quench our thirsts if that's what we want to do, but understand that it's an illusion and has always been an illusion. In other words, if you need to see Jesus waiting for you or your grandparents or whatever, I think that you will see that. But I think that at this eventually you'll have to accept that it's an illusion, and then you'll start to accept that life in the first place was an illusion. That's what I think. Isaac Flores says, what scares me is the thought that when you die, everyone and everything you've ever known cannot go with you. Whatever happens to your spirit, a journey only you yourself can go on, no one to call on. I understand that. And maybe it would be a great idea to work on being able to say that you can face that boldly and confidently. What would it take for you? What would it take as far as experiences, beliefs? What version of you is able to face that with confidence and strength? What version of you is able to face that and say, let's go, right? Because that's who you want to be anyways. You want to be somebody who's strong enough to be able to face anything. Because imagine, if you're able to face that with confidence, what in this life would be able to scare you? Mm. I am Ku says, I believe the only way to really describe the soul is anything and everything you can or can't think of. If this is so, wouldn't our goal down here be just to learn how to utilize? Yeah, that's pretty close to my description of the soul. I call the soul the potentiality, because the soul is the sum total potential of what your incarnation and its other incarnations are capable of. So that also includes alternate timelines. So let's say the version of you and all the possible timelines, all the possible things that you could have done. There's a version of you that could have done this, could have done that, could have done that, all that stuff, all the potential possibilities. I think that the sum total of all those potentialities is the soul itself. And we find ourselves changing our lives and jumping timelines and shit. I think all that's contained within the soul itself. The soul is the potentiality. So even the potentiality has limits, and the limits are the boundaries of that soul. Because we're talking about existing outside of time. But even this, there's a purpose for that. It's not just because it's a cute thing to fantasize about. There's a purpose for that. Part of the purpose of the soul is to exhaust karma, to exhaust the process of cause and effect that was started long, long ago, to exhaust that process and harmonize and balance, because different souls are side by side next to each other, depending on their karmic resonance, so to speak. It's all a system contained with itself in relation to each other. It's all a process of balancing and harmonizing, and then we have a part to play in that. Framestar Film says having the gnosis of the illusionary nature of reality is both liberating and isolating. Again, another paradox that one has to both be accepted of and malleable to. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Realizing that all of this is an illusion, like seeing this, not just hearing your favorite spooky person say that, realizing that this thing is an illusion. It's liberating, it frees you, but it also isolates you, because what do you do with that information now, right? You damn sure can't do what you used to do and enjoy it the same. You still gonna yell at the TV when your favorite sports ball game is on? Like, imagine if you knew sports was rigged. right? Imagine that you knew sports was rigged, but you still stand in front of that TV and yell and scream at your favorite sports ball athlete playing through the play. It'd be kind of hard to get lost in it, right? It'd be hard to get lost in the trance because you see it for what it is now. Life's like that, liberating and also isolating. And we have to accept it, but also be open to it because that's not the end all be all. There's something special there. There's something special about that realization because what's that mean now? That should show you that you have a new level of control over your experience. If this is an illusion, well, how far can we push this envelope, right? In what areas of my life can I have influence? Just saying. Wait a minute now. Uh-oh. Fat Tony says, I think when I die, I get my own planet. Whatever I imagine I can do. And if I don't like it, I can just flood it like the God of the Bible and start a new one. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to say this. We know how that story goes, don't we? That story will eventually lead to this point. And perhaps you've done that so many times that you had to manifest yourself within that paradigm. So many possibilities, right? So many possibilities. 22. All this is, of course, by no means new, as may be seen by reference to the Gospels. Take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Important. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Right? Worry about what's in your face right here, right now. Worry about what you're dealing with. Right? Don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to take care of itself. Worry about now. Ye are the salt of the earth. But if the salt has lost its savor, wherewith shall it be salted? Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Except ye be converted, and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. If thine eye offend thee, pluck it out. You don't want to pluck that eye out, though. You want to pluck the person that offended your eye. Hmm? So whose fault is it that you got offended? Hmm. If thine eye offended thee, pluck it out, and cast it from thee. It is better for thee to enter into life with one eye, rather than having two eyes, to be cast into hellfire. Unto every man that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance. But from him that hath not shall be taken away, even that which he hath. Man, me and my friend here have really been meditating on this verse in terms of manifestation. And you see this. Like, this is one Bible verse that manifests itself. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. Unto every man that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance. But from him that hath not shall be taken away, even that which he hath. Now, guess what? It's up to you to decide which side of the coin you're on. Because you'll notice people who believe themselves to be losers in life keep losing, and people who decide that they are winners in life keep winning. It's not God's fault. These examples taken at random from the Gospel of St. Matthew alone show the stirring message of the Christ, which now, after nearly 2,000 years, has become somewhat obscured by the establishment and respectability of the Christian religion. The problem of the 20th century church seems not to be a question of getting the money changers out of the temple, but getting the spring cleaners in and the moth and the dust out, some living green growth and rising sap in, and the dead wax immortelles of convention rather than conviction out. 23. Again, this does not mean that selfishness and unconventionality, or for unconventionality's sake, are to be rules of conduct. The aim is to elicit one's true spiritual will and to have the courage to act by it. And one's true spiritual will cannot possibly be of a selfish or mere trying to be different nature. True spiritual will, one's true spiritual will, cannot possibly be a selfish or a mere trying to be different nature. Thus is this slight digression of relevance to the 24th path. For in that the path represents death and birth of the personality, it has much to do with willingness to change. The other two paths up to Tefereth have similar functions, of course. The transformation of intellect to intuition on the 26th path, and the transformation from personality, will, intellect, and memory to charity, faith, and hope on the 25th path. All these paths to Tiferet are paths of sacrifice, which means really the exchange of something for something better. Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, I used to be in the church heavy. So for me to even be a part of a book read like this, I had to have went through a death. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. And I know it. I know how scary the Christian mentality can be, right? You don't want to touch nothing that's remotely, you know what I'm saying, outside of the gates of the flock. Damn sure nothing like this. Damn sure nothing like this. That's a hell no, right? What is sacrifice? Sacrifice is the exchange of something for something better. That's what it is. Zero says, exchanging, like you said about the elementals, transform old habits to another better one. Yes. 24. Furthermore, it is necessary to realize at this point of transference from personality to individuality orientation, right, from lower self to higher self orientation, from ego to soul orientation, that the individuality is by no means perfect, even though its imperfections may have come about through or may manifest as good intentions. Insofar as the individuality differs from the true pattern of its spirit, so is it aberrated. And this must be borne in mind in all considerations of the individuality, which we shall pass on to in our analysis of the higher paths. Hey, what if the soul isn't perfect and has its flaws as well? That's why I said the soul is also processing karma. That's a big part of what it does, processing karma. So the soul isn't perfect. Only the undifferentiated consciousness is perfect. Everything underneath that is differentiated, conditioned, as it should be. Only God can judge me. But Christus. 93. All right. 25. Although all three paths to Tifereth, the 24th, 25th, and 26th, are of equal importance, being ways to union between individuality and personality, the 24th path carries additional significance in that it is on the path of the lightning flash and thus represents the fundamental birth and death of the personality. Oh. And as it is, thus analogs to the birth and death of the individuality over the abyss, so these higher considerations are relevant. For attitudes held by the individuality on its first manifestation will tend to show up in the personality at its first manifestation by the law of correspondences. In this manner, do cycles of karma appear in life after life after life. Yeah. So a lot of times what we'll see is that there are patterns inherent to our specific archetype. And some of these patterns follow us. So when people do talk about past life regression or whatever, some of that stuff is real, at least in sentiment. Because whenever you see patterns, that's the expression of the spirit. 26. This is why the path is called the imaginative intelligence. It gives a likeness to all the similitudes which are created in like manner, similar to its harmonious elegancies. Makes a little bit more sense now. A loose use of pronouns often makes these Esoteric texts seem obscure, but the meaning should be plain on close examination. In this phrase, it refers to the individuality, whose harmonious elegancies are the similitudes of the spirit. These were projected from the spirit to the individuality in like manner similar to the projection of the similitudes of the individuality to form a personality. Sunshine Chick, peace and greetings. Always good to see you. Good evening, good evening. Good evening, good evening. 27. Generally speaking, there is no reference to deviation in the Tree of Life symbolism, for it is a plan of what manifestation should be, and therefore acts as a blueprint against which actual deviated human manifestation may be measured. In actual fact, of course, the harmonious elegancies may not be so harmonious or elegant as one might like to think, for they are false imprints or similitudes, strictly speaking, not similitudes at all, but substitutes. 28. There is one aspect of the tree which is concerned with the fall, and that is the abyss, bridging what which is the Sephirah doth. The abyss has an analog, which is met with on all three paths before Tifereth, and this is known as the gulf. The gulf is something that has to be leaped, and leaped alone, stripped of all hindering burdens and faith. It could be called the dead point between personality orientation and the individuality orientation. On the 26th path, the intellect has to be laid aside before the powers of the intuition can take over. On the 25th path, the will, memory, and intellect have to be set aside before the powers of charity, faith, and hope can take over. And on the 24th path, death has to be accepted before rebirth into higher consciousness can be achieved. It is thus one of the crisis points of spiritual progress because of the great temptation to turn back from the unknown to the apparent safety of known things. And to succumb to this temptation is to lose all the fruits of past endeavor. Mm. The only aid at this point is perhaps an invocation of the unmanifest knowledge of the invisible but ubiquitous Sephirah, Doth, which will give courage to the soul, even where there seems to be no justification for courage. Every path seeming to be one of defeat. But it will be remembered that one of the virtues of the Sephirah, Doth, is confidence in the future. And its vices include apathy, inertia, cowardice. In short, fear of the future. Now, listen, everything that we talked about tonight is coming back around, isn't it? We talked about having faith, trusting that higher self. We talked about all that shit right here. And he brings it all back around in Doth. And I told you I had my massive Doth experience very recently. And this is the information that I pulled out of Doth, right? This confirms what I've experienced. And that's how these books should be read, man. These books should be matched with your practice so that when you experience something, you can come back and read what other practitioners have experienced. And you should be like, yo, I know exactly what he's talking about because I lived it. Imagine this now. I'm just going to put it right here because earlier I'll reread what he said just a few lines before. He said that on the 24th path, death has to be accepted before rebirth into higher consciousness can be achieved. All right, you hear that? Death has to be accepted before rebirth into higher consciousness can be achieved. No way around it. It is thus one of the crisis points of spiritual progress because of the great temptation to turn back from the unknown to the apparent safety of known things, right? And to succumb to this temptation is to lose all the fruits of past endeavor. So imagine, bro, imagine here you are on the brink, right? It is time to go. It is time to go to the other side. And you're standing there with the choice. It is your choice now. Here's your free will. Your free will is now exposed. You've been stripped of the illusion, and now your free will is exposed. And we're going to see what you do. All right. You can either step forward into the black unknown, where you literally have no reference. You don't know what to expect, what's there. You have no idea. Nothing. Nothing. But behind you is the life that you just left. Behind you, you got everything that you're familiar with: love, sex, friends and family, creature comforts, job, taxes, bills, having to use the bathroom. Everything that you ever know is behind you, and in front of you is nothing that you know. You know damn well 99.999999999% of you in the world are going to turn around and go back to what's familiar. Damn, trying to sound cool for the internet. You know damn well you're going to turn around. You know you're going to turn around and say, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. You know, I said I didn't want to reincarnate. Maybe it wasn't that bad. You know you're finna turn around. Would you really step forward into the blackness of the unknown? Would you really do that? That's your free will right there. That's your free will. I'm telling you. Now, see what's in that blackness, what's on the other side? Again, like, you got to put all this stuff together, man. I hope, yeah, I know a few of y'all are serious and you're listening. Look at what he said about Hod. Past Hod, there's nothing to see. He meant that figuratively and literally. Past Hod, there's nothing to see. So when you're standing on that choice to go into the great beyond, well, shit, you ain't gonna see nothing even if you could, because there's nothing there to see. You're entering into a new plane of existence that does not require sight. So as soon as you take that step into the abyss, your body dissolves. Ain't no more stepping. You are now a vibing. You're now expanding or contracting. It's all different. You got to start over as a baby, not a physical baby, but I'm saying a spirit baby. Let me say this right. It's as if you're having to learn how to exist all over again. Or you can go back and be reborn in the year 2023 and, try it again. Try it again. Go through life, get some more attachments, some more memories, some more karma. Another opportunity to be brainwashed by culture. Another opportunity, right, to get caught up in lust and desire. Because you know they're going to have some amazing food. You know that the sexual thing is going to be at its height. Everything going to look good and great. It's going to be every single thing possible to keep you attached to this reality. And you want to try that again? You want to try to break free from it again? I'm just saying. Who would you have to become to step forward into that black unknown? Who would you have to be to step forward in confidence? Yes, it's scary, it's uncertain, we don't know. But who would you have to be to take that step anyways? Because you're not, once you take that step, you don't come back. The Abyssy ain't no joke. Not the Abyssy. Oh no. Yeah, man. Something to think about, right? Something to think about. But look, to be able to do that, you've got to have that connection. You've got to have that relationship with your higher self. Because look, the only aid at this point is perhaps an invocation of the unmanifest knowledge of the invisible but ubiquitous Sephirah, Doth. This is when you're ready to work with Doth. This is when you're ready. Not because you think it's a cool word or you heard Bobby Hemmett say it. You're ready to work with Doth when you realize, hey, I got to make a choice. Move forward or move backward, which will give courage to the soul even where there seems to be no justification for courage. Imagine that. Every path seeming to be one of defeat. But it will be remembered that one of the virtues of the Sephirah Doth is confidence in the future, and its vices include apathy, inertia, cowardice. In short, fear of the future. 29. Death and rebirth are concepts at the base of all true occultism and all true religions, and one comes upon the symbolism again and again in the symbolic tombs of Hermes and Christian Rosenkreuz, in the tearing to pieces of Orpheus, a particularly relevant figure for this path, and that the path is also that of the green ray, as it comes from Netzach. And of course, the supreme religion of the West, the crucifixion and resurrection of our Lord. 30. The symbolism of the 24th path, not unnaturally, is concerned with the same motif. The tarot trump is death, or the skeleton mower wielding a scythe. The scythe may be considered a symbol of time, and it was also the weapon of the castration of Uranus by Kronos, right? I brought that story up many times, and here we are. Conception, as well as birth and death, has its place on this path, and sexual intercourse has ever been closely associated with death, as even a cursory familiarity with Elizabethan literature will show. There are the allusions to lovers dying in their mistresses' laps, and so on. And although it may be more often than not have been the excuse merely for a perennial literary dirty joke, it does in fact have profound relevance to this path. Dying in your lover's arms. I just died in your arms tonight. Must have been something you said. Hmm? What are we really talking about when we say that? Le petit mort, as they call it, the little death. And although it may, more often than not, have been the excuse merely for a perennial literary dirty joke, it does in fact have profound relevance to this path. For the beginnings of the approach to individuality, consciousness is an act of divine love. It's divine love reaching upwards towards your higher self. And also the fertilization of the seed of higher consciousness, which will gestate and eventually become birth. Mm. So higher consciousness had to plant a seed in order for this to grow within you. The initiate who has attained Tifereth consciousness is, after all, called the twice born. Mm. The heads and hands lying about the field on the tarot card are often considered to be new life growing. You ever see one version of the death card where it's got random body parts scattered about? We always thought it was severed body parts. But here, he says it's those pieces are growing. But the significance of the skeleton is often missed. The skeleton is the basic structure of the body, the basic structure of the body upon which all else is built, upon which all else is built. So may well be regarded as a symbol for the individuality or even the spirit upon which the outer vehicles are built. So now we're talking about the structure. You never ever thought about that, have you? The rider on the horse being the soul, actually, the soul. And it's the soul who's riding through. And all of these are incarnations of the soul. That is amazing. And I can tell you that's not a way that I've thought of the death card. The soul and the incarnations of the soul. Very cool. Very freaking cool. I'll have to text that one to Auntie Karen. 31. There may be a deeper significance in the fact that this card is not named in the old packs, though it is more probably due to superstition, like the number 13 being considered unlucky. Did you notice that this was the 13th card? Okay, she's here. Excuse me. Riders on the storm. Rosa Flame says Sleeping Beauty, fam. The Dakinis. Interesting. Ooh, Cosmic Puzzle Piece says, could the Death card be the adult version of the Sun card? Man, we cooking with some grease tonight. We cooking with hot grease, boy. Riders on the storm. Hell yeah. Enchanted Cottage 333 says, Sun is ego, remember? Hmm. Hmm. So the ego being the lower self, death being the higher self. And you know what? You did mention that earlier, Framestar. You said, what if the rider on the horse was the fool inside that armor? Yes, the fool represents the choices we have to make on a soul level. Dang. Listen at the fool. They see me rolling. They hating. Petroleum trying to catch me riding dirty. Trying to catch me riding dirty. This is good stuff, man. This is good stuff. It's good stuff because, like, this all helps to point in the direction of this concept that there is an existence of believing that you're the body and going through the motions of being a person. We all know how that is, don't need to explain it. But there's also a concept of integrating with that higher self and allowing the higher self to be the driver. And understanding that the body is a vessel that is driven and it will perish. It's guaranteed. And that is okay. That's expected. That's desired, bro. And it doesn't matter because you're the driver. The soul. Jack says, cook the holiday dinner tonight, chef. You should try the lasagna. That's all I'm going to say. One true goddess says all the keys going in the locks and unlocking. Right? Right? What is magic? Magic is the art of directing attention, directing focus. You learn how to do that, you're going to be all right. Remember the analogy he said earlier about the acrobat, right? The well trained acrobat about to jump over that horse, do the double somersault. You practice it, you know what you're doing, you focus on the goal, you go, you do it, mission accomplished. But when you stop and you start thinking about all the obstacles and the pain and the fear and the things that are in your way, now you're visualizing the negative. Now you're visualizing what you don't want to happen. The subconscious mind don't know or care. You're going to produce what you're focused on. What are you focused on? Where's your focus? There may be a deeper significance in the fact that this card is not named in the old packs, though it is more probably due to superstition, like the number 13 being considered unlucky, which may well stem from the number of this card. He says that in the 31st verse. 32. So much for the theory of the card. The spiritual significance of the path is shown in the astrological sign Scorpio. Where my Scorpios at? I don't think we have too many Scorpios in the audience. This doesn't feel very watery tonight. It feels very airy and very fiery. The spiritual significance of this path is shown in the astrological sign Scorpio, a water sign, which gives a link with the Hebrew letter Nun, which means a fish. The sign is considered by astrologers to have much to do with death and regeneration, which of course aligns well with this path. The shape of the sign indicates the injection of force into onto a lower level and is also suggestive of the male sexual organ. The impregnation of matter with life force is one of the powers of this path when considered in a descending direction. The sign of Scorpio also often appears at the base of the glyph of the caduceus, which again confirms the sign as a symbol of higher force into lower worlds. Lock that in. Higher force into lower worlds, into lower levels. Higher force into lower levels. Likewise, the seven scorpions of Isis are emblematical of the force of the Ein Sof, the root of the Isis powers, the feminine side of God. Told you. Manifesting in the seven planes of the universe. Scorpio. 33. Finally, the key of the path is the Hebrew letter Nun, the fish. Again, there is a level of sexual symbolism in that the fish is a symbol of the male sperm, and it is of interest that this should appear on the path connecting the central sephirah of the tree, with the sephirah that appears at the base of the male pillar, Netzach. Netzach. Oh, man. Whereas the corresponding 26th path connecting with the Sephirah, which appears at the base of the female pillar, should have a letter closely resembling the fallopian tubes and uterus. It may or may not be stretching symbolism too far to draw attention to the letter Samek on the path down to Yesod, the sexual center on the etheric tree, which means a crutch. However, the suggestion is made for what it's worth. Interesting, interesting. Hmm. 34. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I didn't miss something here. Okay, so this path, which goes from the center to the male pillar, male sexual organ. Then it says the 26th path connecting this Sephirah to the female pillar should have a letter closely resembling the fallopian tubes and uterus. Let me see if that's true or can be interpreted as such. I got my trusty book here. Oh, it most certainly does. That's wild. That is wild. Well, then what would that say about temperance then? What would that say about temperance then? Mm. No, it's not the best of Pisces. All right, so this one, Scorpio connects Tiferet to Netzach, the masculine pillar, and this one connects Tiferet to Hod, the feminine pillar. The Hebrew letter for this one looks more like a fallopian tube, is what he's saying. I didn't notice that. I did not notice that. Yeah, the symbolism goes deep, man. It goes all the way through. When these people figured this stuff out, they left no stone unturned. I tell you that. So here, you've got the fish hook, or the noon, shaped like the masculine sex organ, and over here you've got the devil card, that fork splitting like the fallopian tube. Cool beans, huh? Ooh, those monitoring spirits must be all over the place because my incense didn't stop, didn't continue burning. We gotta light the incense for the monitoring spirits, guys. Okay, so the fallopian tubes and uterus. It may or may not be stretching symbolism too far to draw attention to the letter Samek. Okay, I saw that. On the path down to Yasod, the sexual center on the etheric tree, which means crutch. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I wonder what it would mean about the path of temperance. You know what? I was looking at the Dern astrological sign, Sagittarius. Let me pull that book out one more time. I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, that's it right there. So we got fallopian tube, we got penis, we got the womb, we got that egg, we got the zygote, we got that place of containment, so to speak. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. Thank you for pointing that out, Rosa Flame. Relic says, just imagine what we'll all know in 10 to 15 years later into study. It's amazing. My friend, I'm not so sure we will be here for that long. And if we are here 10 to 15 years, the world as we know it and our lives will become very close to completely unrecognizable. What's happening now is about to set the precedence for drastic change. The world 10 to 15 years from now, we literally cannot imagine because the new variables that are at play, the new variables are at play. There will literally be experiences and scenarios that nobody right now can predict. It's going to be some beyond the void experience. Like, yeah, I don't know if we'll be here 10 to 15 years, to be quite honest with you. Which I 100% believe is a good thing. I 100% believe is a great thing. I can't wait to see where we're going. But I tell you what, it ain't gonna be like this. Relic says, "What do you mean, man? What do you think is gonna happen? We get nuked and it turns to Mad Max?" Um, I'd like to think that reality is more creative than that. Yeah, I'd like to think that reality is more creative than that. I mean, quite literally, nobody. What's the Bible say? Eye hath not seen, and ear hath not heard what God has in store for those who love Him. Literally unimaginable. Literally unimaginable. We have entered a new phase. I think humanity has finally reached its end. Thank God, because I know we all tired. We have reached senile status as a race and as a species. Getting up out of here, boy. Just like the dinosaurs. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. Let's continue. 34. On another line of interpretation, the fish is an animal which has its being in water. Water is a symbol of the astral levels on which the personality usually and mainly operates. 35. The more important aspect of the fish, though, is that it is a symbol of the Christ, and thus indicates that the way of death and subsequent regeneration is to be found in the exemplary way of our Lord. For this path is the culmination of the experiences of the personality, making its way to individuality consciousness in pursuit of the quest back to the Father. And, as can be stressed hardly too strongly, the key to the whole process of redemption and regeneration is summed up in the words of our Lord, who has sometimes been called the Lord of the personality. No man cometh to the Father but by me. Man, don't that put a new spin on it when you think about the Christ as Tifereth? No man cometh to the Father but by me. How else you going to get there? Right? So you're thinking of a man with a beard and long hair in the clouds with his arms stretched out, wearing that white robe. But what if that used to be like my unicorn here and just a symbol used to help point people in the right direction? But people took the symbol, right, and started worshiping the symbol, even though that's what he told you in the Bible not to do. Peace, peace. Framestar says, gotta go. We'll email you, brother. Happy solstice, fam. Happy solstice. Happy solstice. We have reached the end. Let's finish up with the notes on the design of Trump 13. Good stuff, babe. Good stuff. Bicycle. Bicycle. First, I'm gonna get one of these saltines. This is a karma free snack right here. You don't have to do this, but I've been thinking of gradually transforming my diet into a low karmic impact. It's very boring, but it's also very sattvic. And I'm inspired by when I was in the Vipassana meditation retreat, and the foods that they fed us there were very sattvic, very plain. Something I'm experimenting with. Relic says exactly. They all want to live like Jesus, but Jesus sent Lucifer to hell for doing that. LOL, makes no sense. I don't know about that though. Lucifer is Jesus. It's the same entity. Depending on what angle you're looking at. And we already talked about hell. Hell is you bringing material plane desires up into the astral plane, and you're unable to fulfill those desires. So you're burning, baby. Burning. Jesus and the Christ are both aspects of. Well, let me rephrase that. They are both middle pillar entities. Christ would be the representation of Tifereth. Lucifer would probably be closer to Doth. Now, from our lowly perspective in Malkuth, they're damn near the same thing. They're damn near the same thing. But in our current cosmology, because neither of these are actual people in space anywhere, in our current cosmology, Lucifer would represent the door opener to things that we don't know, the door opener, the gateway to this realm of information that we wouldn't normally have access to. But to be quite honest, um, in order for you to stay balanced while in that practice, you're going to have some conception of Christ, some conception of this middleman, of this central entity that everything else is really revolving around for stability purposes. Otherwise, the mind is going to do some crazy shit, and the ego is going to seat itself on that throne. Rose of Flame says, "You're just going to leave Satan out in the cold dark like that?" Well, I was speaking mainly of middle pillar. We could find Satan on the left hand, but if you want to stick to the middle pillar, right, we can see Satan right there in the 32nd path. We can see Satan right there. That's gonna be you gotta go through Satan before you can even get to the Christ, right? Satan standing right there at the door of spirituality. Hey, where you going? Hey, Jake, I need my money, right? Most people turn and run away from that. Not realizing that's your big brother. That's your big cousin saying, "Hey, you gonna come in here? You gonna have to dress. You gonna have to dress different. We got a dress code up in here. We got a way of doing things up in here, and I'm gonna see to it that you dress the part. Come here with that bullshit. I ain't gonna hurt you. I ain't gonna hurt you, but you will get hurt. I ain't gonna hurt you, but you will get hurt." All right, let's continue. Wrap this thing up. Notes on the design of Trump 13. One last look at it. You know, we're going to talk about the old school card. He's going to talk about this card and some of the other cards. You got the Fool in the black armor, your white rose, your white horse. I would call it a unicorn. You got the Moon card back there with the sunrise between the pillars. You got the Hierophant right here. Trying to make a deal. Let's make a deal on Trump 13. You got the Strength card. Begging on our knees to be popular. Finally, like, whew, I can let go. I can relax. I can rest. I can breathe. You got the Six of Cups right here. All she know is sharing and receiving. All this is just a little kid sharing, receiving. She having a good time, even with death in her face, right? As kids are, right? This dude right here, dead. Fuck it, laid out. Pure ego. That's it, right? We got the crossing of the river Styx, the Six of Swords. All of our friends are here, right? There's probably some more. There's probably some more. right? We got Scorpio, we got Taurus, we got Leo, right? The Fool, all kind of stuff, all kind of stuff going on. So let's see what this is about. Just to be popular, popular. Notes on the design of Trump 13. In common with many exoteric packs, the Marseille version of the Trump bears no name. It shows a skeleton mowing with a scythe a field in which there are human hands and feet, and two heads, a man's and a woman's. The man's head is crowned. In the esoteric versions under review, the skeleton faces the other way, that is to the left, with the exception of Crowley and Case. Waite uses a different symbolism. Crowley early remarked that the scythe handle should be a Tau cross, and this is the case in Worth and Cases, but not in Crowley's subsequently designed card. Making a count of the human bits and pieces, Worth gives 3 hands, 1 foot, a woman's head, and a man's crowned head, as in the Marseille's card. Knapp gives us 2 usual heads plus 3 more uncrowned, 2 hands and no feet. Case gives us the same as Worth, and Zane 3 hands, 3 heads, 2 male, 1 female, 3 hands and 3 feet. Additionally, Case provides a bush with a single rose in the foreground, cypress trees in the background, and a rising sun from which a river flows. Rose of Flame says, "Is that a snail by EMP? A little spiral." I thought so too. Like, I wanted to say that was the snail from the Nine of Pentacles, but it didn't look like a snail to me, so I didn't say that. I don't know what that is, honestly. It could be the snail from Nine of Pentacles, but I couldn't confirm, so I just left it alone. Waite gives what he considers to be a better image, and there is much to be said for his claim. He shows an armored skeleton on horseback, holding a banner on which is the mystic rose. A king lies dead beneath the horse's hooves, and a woman and child kneel helpless before the figure, while a figure in priestly garments vainly stands in its path. It is a conception often seen in medieval paintings. In the background is a river with a boat on it, no doubt a form of the river, Styx and its ferry, and beyond it a steep precipice. On the top of these high cliffs is a fair land, mountain peaks in the distance, with the sun rising between 2 pillar-like towers. The ancillary symbolism of this picture, as well as that of Cases, draws attention to the other side of death, which is birth. To die to one thing is to be born to another. This, in the Brotherhood of Light Egyptian version, is signified by a rainbow, the bow of promise. Below are lotuses growing, each bearing a uraeus. On the Harris card, it is shown by the skeleton wearing an Osiris headdress and bubbles of life rising from his side. At the bottom of the card are embryonic and marine forms of life, and at the top, an eagle. Hall's symbol is a triangle rising out of a square. And he also remarks that in some old versions, the skeleton has cut off its own foot. Well, damn. It is difficult to see any esoteric reason for this. It may have been medieval humor, or possibly a cautionary picture, for a scythe is a notorious tool for inadvertently bringing off this feat, or should one say foot. I get it. I get it. Little jokey joke. The hee haw hee haw. All right, guys. So we've completely finished section 1. We talked about the lower self and its connections to the higher self. Now we're getting right to the higher self. And this is where it gets mystical. This is where it gets even more mystical, if you can believe it. If you can believe it. Wonderful stuff, man. Wonderful stuff. Just to be popular. All right, so what do you guys think? What do you guys think? You still digging this book? You glad you caught up? Stuck with it? I sure am. I sure am. All right, y'all. The path continues, man. We are the ones. Y'all are the ones ushering in this new reality, this new era, this world of tomorrow. I mean, just think, man. I don't know about you, but 3, 4, 5 years ago, I could not have seen life being as it is now. I mean, it's not drastically different, but there's things that are going on in life right now that I could never have predicted. And it's like the time frame is getting shorter for like the drastic changes. I'm telling you, homie earlier said, what's it going to be like 10, 15 years from now? I want you to ask, what's it going to be like in 2 years from now, 3 years from now? Like things are changing faster and faster, faster and faster. And everybody's not paying attention. Most people are not paying attention. We can all feel it, but we're doing what was said earlier. We're lying to ourselves. We're sugarcoating things. We're making excuses and pretending that everything's the same. But I tell you what, man, I tell you what, we the ones paying attention. Everybody else is doing what they got to do to survive. Be ready to die, right? Don't be scared by that. What I'm talking about is die, that ego, that false self that is trying its best to be relevant, to be important. Let that thing go. It's an illusion, and it knows its time is short. Spend time with your higher self. Spend time in meditation. Spend time in silence, solitude. Connect. That's where you're getting your orders from. That's where you get the mission from. That's where you're getting that download, that communication from, right? Not another human being. You got to learn to tap. Because look, as long as you just are relying on a human being to feed you, if the person's tapped in, you're going to get fed, but you're also going to get their essence coupled in with it. At some point, you start to get old enough to where you don't want your mama to chew up the food, spit it in your mouth. You want to take your own bite. Well, the only way to do that is to spend time with your soul, with your higher spirit. There's no getting around the meditation part of it. There is no getting around meditation. I don't care. I don't care. There's no getting around that. There are other ways to tap in, yes, but meditation is special. Just think about it. You got 24 hours in a day. Just take any typical day. 8 hours of work, whatever, 8 hours of sleep, whatever. So that leaves you about 8 more hours. What are you doing in those other 8 hours, right? What are you doing in those other 8 hours? And how much of that time are you spending in direct contact with your soul? Conscious, intentional, direct contact. How much time? Zero. Don't even front, trip, try to sound cool. I know it's zero. Unless you know what I'm saying, doing the work of spending time in meditation. Man, I was on my meditation grind. I picked it back up. I was doing my thing. I got sidetracked for a few days, and spirit came through loud and clear. Come on back to bed. Where have you been? We are not finished. I'm talking about loud and clear. Couldn't get away from it. You got to have your connection because this is what's going to save you in the future. This is what's going to strengthen you and fortify you and get you through this. It's about to be unpredictable. It's already unpredictable, but it's about to be even more unpredictable. You see how these people panicking? We ain't even start yet. We ain't even start yet. So you're going to need to have your connection. And if anybody is not telling you something like this, then you got to question the type of stuff you're consuming. Your answer is not going to come from anything in the physical plane, not no supplement that you can take, right? I don't care if it's sea moss or colloidal silver. Oh, I just need to. to spray some of, no, 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 no. It's going to come from the metaphysical, above and beyond the physical. Got to tap in. Got to tap in. If you ain't doing that work, shit, you might as well just go ahead and, you know, try to get your TikTok career going. Do your twerking and pranks and all that stuff. Get you some fun while you can. Not that there's anything wrong with those things by themselves, but I'm saying, like, have you, do you have a sense of what your purpose is, of what you're here to do? If anything, maybe you're here to just realize that there is nothing to do. That's very high, very highly spiritual. Because everybody wants to make noise and make waves and cause a commotion. Everybody, right? Everybody wants to stir up some, kick up dust, right? What if you realize that your spiritual purpose is to not do anything but observe and appreciate? Huh? Shit, maybe I done read enough books. Maybe it's time for me to get up off this thing. Maybe I need to get my old job back and unpack them boxes, put them paint canisters on the shelf. Maybe. If that's where my soul tells me to go, let's go. I'd rather be where I'm supposed to be than forcing something that ain't supposed to be working. You get the picture. Let's go ahead and wrap this thing up, y'all. We've been here for 5 hours. Can you believe that? Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. I love doing this. I hope that you love doing this as well. And I'll see you on the next book read. What are we getting into, by the way? Part 1, Structures of the Individuality. So yeah, we're going to pick it back up on the 20th path. Ooh, Tiferet de Chesed. That sounds exciting. Sounds exciting. All right, everybody. Once again, thank you so much for your time, for your energy, for your dedication. Love you. What does love mean? All right. Good night. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace.